Well, hello everybody, happy Tuesday, good evening and welcome to the earlier start time because we're waiting on a thing to be released from the place. Yes, that's right friends, today is the scheduled release day of Taog's Hangar's latest aircraft. It is that of the AS365 Dauphin helicopter, also known as the HH65 Dauphin or Dolphin over in the US. There is a bit of a difference between both airframes, but our plan tonight is we're going to learn about it. This is the first time I've gotten to use the aircraft. I haven't got it yet. I have to wait for the marketplace, right? And it's all about zero to hopefully... If we don't get to hero, we might get to something not as bad as zero. You know, maybe a +1 will do. But it's everything from setting up our views, getting the aircraft configured. No, shag off. Learning the aircraft, configuring all the settings. The controls are going to be important on this one. And then we're going to take it for a couple of flights. Get used to the handling, how it behaves. And then we'll try and, pop it into some operational stuff with missions, search and rescue and all the jazz. So we're on the ground here at Casement Aerodrome Baldonnel. With thanks to Jeppesen 2001, this is freeware scenery working absolutely lovely in Flight Sim 2024. It's freeware. You can pick it up over on our website, twotonmurphy.com/downloads. Where earlier today, Cyrus T, the legend, went off and he updated the 737 MAX livery with the old Firefly Air stuff. So, it's what a day for flying, we hope. So we're just going to wait on a couple of things to come through. And as I say, we'll be keeping an eye on the Taog's Discord, and of course with the marketplace open up as well. But I suppose it's for an aircraft like this. It's for me. It's like I love the Dauphin. I mean, I grew up around these things, right? The Air Corps took delivery of them in the early to mid '80s, and when I was a kid growing up, I spent a fair amount of time at the crews with the pilots of these aircraft, especially during their lunch break. You know, I'd be out playing football with them, and I knew a couple of lads who flew them as well. And the primary role that the Air Corps operated the Dauphin was on search and rescue. So, and the reason being is they had the Alouettes that started Heliwing, but with the Alouette they had limited range, limited speed and limited kind of avionics and navigation options. The Dauphin replaced that. The Dauphin, of course, being built in France, Aerospatiale. They designed this machine in the mid-70s, and then they said, do you know? Well, they didn't. They said, do you know? We will stick to engines on it. And they did. And it became just a very successful aircraft, used the world over. I mean, it's been used with special forces, search and rescue, military, law enforcement, VIP transport. I mean, you name the role, it pretty much did it all. Did the Dauphin, and they're still in active service today. You know, you see them on, you see them out in the States. The US Coast Guard use them, right? If you want to do the whole Baywatch thing, you know, what was his name? Mitch. You know. Dave Dauphins and that as well. So they are an iconic helicopter, and I have very fond memories of these things. It was the first helicopter I flew in. I got a don't tell anyone, but we'll take you for a spin. And then later on in life, I got to spend a little bit more time in them, flying from A to B, dressed up as, you know, cowboys and Indians and soldiers and all this kind of crack. You see. So, very much looking forward to giving this a blast. Learning about it as well, because there's certain controls in here, in particular when it comes to our trim release switch, how the aircraft servos work, part of the autopilot or indeed the ACFS, how it all links together and how it all works. There's a couple of things we just want to keep an eye on so we're not kind of fighting the autopilot. Then, of course, when it comes to the likes of engine startup, well, looking over the manual and from, you know, what I've been told, it was relatively straightforward. I mean, it's a single pilot operation. Usually they flew with two. One would be looking after kind of navigation. One is looking after flying the thing, right? And then if you're in a search and rescue or an air ambulance configuration, well, you'd have additional crew in the back, including that of your winchman and so on. Depending on the configuration, it could hold up to a maximum of 12 people. Now, I've never seen it configured for 12. It's usually 9 that we would have seen it, which would have been the L section. And then you had your poor old corporal sitting in the corner somewhere, or his legs dangling, right? But a beautiful aircraft. They also use them for ministerial air transport or MATS missions. The RAF have something similar. The Americans have something similar as well. Basically, you're flying kind of government VIPs or, assets around the place. And in Ireland in particular, the Dauphin was used. It wouldn't be like a regular occurrence, but in and out of Áras-an-Uachtaráin, in and out of Dublin Airport, usually if they're going to be, doing a connection flight or whatever. So, yeah, pretty cool. The aircraft that Taog is giving us is Irish Air Corps number 246, which is pretty cool. It's great history behind that helicopter. I was in it, the very one, and she was parked up. She was later sold. The Irish are brilliant. The Irish sold off a few of these for not much, and then they were reconfigured and sold on for a lot. Right, very funny, but that's Ireland for you. And of course, there was the tragedy that struck down in Tramore a number of years ago with I think it was 248. The whole airframe crew, the whole lot were lost. Coming back after a successful search and rescue mission. Bad weather came in. There was all sorts of a write-up investigation and what happened, how did it happen, and so on. So it's very much tribute as well as we get to fly with the Irish Air Corps colours. But it is a remarkable helicopter in the real world. I'm very excited to see what it's going to be like here in the sim. There is a manual available already from Taog's hangar. The aircraft is only going to be available from the marketplace, and as I said, we're just waiting on that now to be released. Then we're going to grab it and we're going to spend some time learning the systems. Different variants of the aircraft existed as well. The Air Corps, the Irish, they were one of the first to grab the F variant, which had modern avionics, giving it full ILS capability. And what else did it do? It's mad stuff. They had, the Air Corps, they operated 6. I think it was 6. They kept 4 kind of between Baldonnel. They had only started the 24/7 operation in Tramore. The odd time you'd see it go over to Shannon, the odd time she'd be up the west coast, but they used to keep 2 of these for the naval service as well. You'd often see the helis coming out practicing, especially on EINN. They'd land on it, and they had this kind of a harpoon system built underneath the fuselage. So as they were coming in to land on the ship, it would actually fire down to kind of grapple and hook it and then tow it in. Some pretty cool stuff over the years when you look at them. But anyway, if you're into helicopters, this is certainly one that'll pique your interest. If you're not into helicopters, maybe, your flight sim, it's commercial or it's general aviation, and you never really kind of went near helicopters. Well, hopefully tonight will help you because, I'll teach you everything that I know. It does take time to kind of learn it. The most difficult thing you can do in a helicopter, real world or otherwise, is the hover. How do we get the gadget into the hover? And the Dauphin has characteristics that make that a little bit easier, in particular when it comes to the tail boom section. The fenestron, it's basically, it encloses the tail rotor inside a little compartment. And that kind of helped with kind of anti-torque and vibration and all this kind of stuff. It also made it safer. But it has the French kind of design when it comes to the rotor direction. So, for example, you're in the Huey. Well, usually when you go to take off, you would apply a little bit of left rudder just to keep it kind of straight and narrow because the nose wants to go to the right. With a Dauphin, it's completely the opposite. So the nose is going to want to go a little bit to the left. So we have to counteract that with a bit of right pedal. Also, when it comes to that fenestron, because how... I won't say futuristic, but just how unique it was. Pilots were not supposed to engage the rudder pedals, or they're actually called anti-torque pedals, on the ground. It would upset all the giggle pin and the laughing changer. Or in the laughing changer. Chamber, not changer. It was a chamber. But we'll learn about all of this as well, and I do have some notes. So, as I said, if it's something that you've always wanted to try and fly helicopters in the sim, I'll go through everything. We're going to set up this aircraft together, step by step, and learn how to fly it. Joystick would be my recommendation if you have one, throttle or a collective. I have a collective, but it's not wired in. It's on my chair here. That's the... I'm missing half of it. It's over here. I have the Verpal one. But in me setup here, this gadget, it all clips on together. But in me setup here, there's no room for it. I'll keep bashing it off my leg. So we won't be using that tonight. But Verpal do these, which is a collective, it's called. And there's a bit of terminology with helicopters that differentiate them. So, for example, your joystick, well, that's called a cyclic. And the cyclic basically changes the angle of the rotor blades, because when they're all spinning, it essentially becomes one disc. And each of the blades have the same kind of, that laminar flow like a wing, right? And then we have the collective. The collective manages what goes up and down kind of motion, right? not necessarily a throttle, because you need a throttle linked to a governor, usually if you're lucky, and then you'd have it on your collective. But kind of your engine power, effectively, right? Just think of it as your thrust, your throttle, right? That's your collective. And then your pedals, of course, are your anti-torque pedals. There's the science behind it. And usually then, isn't it like the tail rotor moves at like double the speed of the main rotor? I think that's how they kind of counteract the whole, it doesn't keep spinning around for ages and ages and ages. That's the idea behind it, you know. But anyway, there's going to be lots of learning in this. So yeah, the names, right? Dauphin, Dauphin 2, an AS365. They're also called a Panther, right? And they're used out in Asia as well. China, Japan, they all operate these aircraft. And they're absolutely deadly. They're cool looking. Probably the most eye-catching one is that of the US Coast Guard's one, right? Because you'll also notice, depending on the nose of the aircraft, some of them had the weather radar fitted into the nose, some of them didn't. So there is a slight difference from the overall kind of shape of the aircraft, and they do behave differently. So yeah, very, very excited to do this. And there's going to be lots of Dauphins in our life. I'm just saying, it's a cool helicopter. Also important to note, if anyone's seen that, what was that movie? George Clooney was in it. The Peacemaker. That was a Panther, but it's the same idea, right? Same sort of stuff. And I remember years and years ago in Baldonnel, with the lads flying these, but I remember then the US Coast Guard were regular visitors back to Baldonnel back in the day. They were regular visitors because, well, the Air Corps at the time managed and maintained its Dauphin fleet. Right? Meaning that when the Americans would come over, they were either going to be working on avionics, giving an L service, or they'd be providing parts as well. There was great communication and great kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? Collaboration between the two of them, which is pretty cool. And getting to look at the Americans come in with their Dauphins, they look class. It's like something out of a movie, do you know? But anyway, I digress. As I said, we're going to wait for this to release. In the meantime, there's a manual we're going to read over just to learn about this machine. I think it's important that if we understand what the real world machine does, we'll better appreciate it in the sim. Taog's Hangar has made some absolutely gorgeous helicopters in the sim, be it from the Alouette, the Llama, the, whatchamacallit, the, I always pronounce it wrong, the O6A, SayQs. Basically, it's like an M5. It's gorgeous. Small, fast little chopper. And, of course, the Huey. Did I mention the Huey? Just incredible helicopters. Really, really nice. My favourite has been the Alouette. I mean, I've flown the Alouette on VATSIM. I just like the aircraft. And, again, I've spent time in that. But the Dauphin, just gorgeous. Has that unique sound as well. And, yeah, just can't wait for it. So, what we'll do, you're all very welcome in. On this, you know, are you having your dinner? If so, what are you having? Is it nice? And did you bring some for us? Very important. But anyway, we'll welcome you all in, then we'll get up and running. And if someone sees the aircraft release, just say, Murph, it's out. And I'd be like, brilliant. But I don't see it out just yet. Let's see here now. As we have a quick look. Yeah, no sign of it yet. But we'll keep an eye out, right? If you see it being released in the marketplace, shout, and we'll go over there and we'll grab it, right? Where's this us? Where's this now? Right. Happy Tuesday. Who's here, look? Be Janie then. Crafty Tigers, welcome aboard. Colonel Fork is here. Tier 3, 71 months. Colonel Fork. Jesus. He says, well, at least I can watch as I get ready for work. Dude, I hope you're keeping well. Thank you very much indeed. 71 months, man. I haven't aged a day. Well, to be fair, neither of you. You know, we've kept each other young, right? Insane support, buddy. Thank you very, very much indeed. Fiber Strike is here. Welcome aboard. Who else come in? Mrs. TPHI has rambled in. Ups and down again she is. Welcome. The Impossible Face is here. Welcome. Toto, 24.95. Very happy Tuesday. Hope you're enjoying the weather in Southampton. The weather here, it's 18 degrees. But I heard it's to get savage warm again come the weekend. Who knows? I'd put away the aircon. I'd be taking it back out fairly lively, do you know? But Toto, hope you and the missus are both keeping very well. D White is here. Good to see you. Where's this now? Crafty says, thank you everyone for the birthday wishes yesterday. I couldn't respond during the stream due to working. That's quite okay. Happy birthday for yesterday again. Heisenberg is here. Good to see you, buddy. What's wrong? The sun is still out. Right. Do you know? We're on earlier. We're on before our dinner. It's grand. Malky Mac is here. Good evening. Hope you're well. CP65 is here. Sprockets, good day to you, sir. Hope all is well. Let me see here now. Just all the check-in stuff. Brilliant. Stu Snape, hope you're well, mate. Happy Dauphin Day with 185 streams in a row. Stu, thank you very much. Hope you're well. You need to buy this as well, Stu. You know, along with the DC6. I'm just saying. Two Dogs is here from Wisconsin. A very good evening. 98 Vulcan, good afternoon. It's 3 a.m. and I have matchsticks popping my eyes open. Come on yourself, 98 Vulcan. 3 o'clock in Australia. Jesus. Now, let's have a look. I'm Pierce is here. Good evening. Rob MCR, happy Tuesday. Norse Viking, good to see you, buddy. Soaring AJ, you're very welcome aboard. Happy Tuesday. Uniform Goose, good day, Goose. Subscribing at tier 1 for 6 months in advance. I love optimism. Brilliant. Thank you very much indeed, Goose. Hope you're well, buddy. Home Wrecker is here from Cork. Good to see you, bud. Energizer. It is a good day to be flying some choppers today. Yes, it is the day of flying choppers. Energizer, good to see you, bud. Angry Bee is here. Welcome aboard. Mrs. TPHI has 225 streams in a row. Streaked. She streaked every one of them. Thanks very much. You're very kind. Why, like, you're just giving her ammunition at this stage. Now, let me see. Billy, good to see you. The Nameranian is in the house. Airwolf is in the house as well. Good to see you, buddy. The Boise is here. Gibbo Ireland. Sure, how are you, Gibbo? He says Twitch wouldn't load there for ages. Weird, man. Hope you're well, buddy. Happy Tuesday. And yes, Dauphin, man. Dauphin. Yes, it's going to be great. Elric is here. Good evening. Hope you're well. Sim Guy, a very good afternoon. Hope you're all keeping well, lads. Rob Dag is here. Chuck, a very good afternoon. Zybok Doc calling from Denmark. Hello from Tipperary. And thank you for 10 in a row. Cheers, bud. I've deleted Flight Sim 2020, says Eamon. Afternoon, everyone. Eamon, you're very welcome in. That's a big step. So 5.1 got released last night. And all I did was install it. I haven't tested it yet, but touch wood, you know, it works. Has anyone had any issues since updating, lads? Naughty Gnome is here. A very good evening to you. Hope you're well. Sean Dale is here. 45 months, buddy. Thank you very, very much indeed. Happy Tuesday. Irish executive helicopters have one. Oh, do they? Interesting. Are they up? Irish exec, are they up by Dublin Airport? Are they near the tower? Is that where they are now? Or was that Celtic helicopters? Flight to Joel is here. Is that how to pronounce dolphin? I pronounce it as dolphin. So you have a Dauphin or you have the dolphin. It's a Dauphin. When you're in Ireland, it's a Dauphin because, well, it was a Dauphin. Dauphin 2 to be precise. But in America, dolphin. Yes. Joel, it's good to see you, bud. Spitfire RAF 100 is in the chat. A very welcome to you. Now, let me see. Hans Gruber. There's a history of the government selling aircraft for peanuts. I know, but this one takes the biscuit. This is a good one now. The Irish Air Corps, well, the Air Corps didn't. You know. The Air Corps didn't have any control in this. A politician. Janie then, how's your sister? I'll sell you these. And this is hilarious. Only in Ireland, I'm telling you. But hope you're well, Hans. Dougal McTavish, the chairman, has rumbled aboard. He says, our mob were inserted a couple of times with the Dauphin, also used for ship and oil rig drops. Yes. So, here's one for you. She was used extensively by the RAF, but I don't think the RAF operated it as an RAF aircraft. It was always attached, be it to the SAS or be it to certain units within the whole, you know, establishment, mainly for special forces use. But I think they did stuff with maritime patrol as well, a little bit. And they also have a very fancy, I think it is a very dark navy or a black livery that they used. Absolutely savage. And then it found itself in Civilian Street as well, working for the cops. Death's Angel is here, good to see you. I've been holding off further purchases until I see the Dauphin. I was going to get the MI2 Hoplite, but I want to see this before I buy more. The Hoplite is really good, and we're going to be checking that one out soon. That just got the 2024 native release, and the Hoplite is so incredibly different. It's a mad-looking chopper, but the Dauphin is the Dauphin. Do you know, I have a model of a Dauphin here somewhere. The rotors are broken though. It's on the shelf of many things. But beautiful, absolutely beautiful. But anyway, where is this now? Dauphin, isn't that a person who is a fan of female deer? It is now, Elric. I like helicopters, but I can't fly them. But hopefully tonight will help. Chris Van Halen, good to see you. Commander Balosh is in the chat. Good to see you, man. A. Crotty is here. Welcome aboard. Cornwolf, very good evening. Hope you're well. Belbro, good to see you, buddy. Biku is here. Can't wait to download the Dauphin. Yes, the excitement is real. Febro, a very good evening. And hope all is well in the Netherlands. Happy Tuesday. Mac Vision is in the house. Cyber Dammy, welcome in. Featured in Baywatch. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. Good afternoon, Piku. Hope you're well. Murph, it's not out. Thank you, Mountain Man. Thank you. Yeah, we're still watching or waiting. Now, let me see. Neo Barnaby, watching from SoCal. Ooh, enjoying a full cup of coffee. Good morning and welcome. Is it morning? SoCal, it is morning. It's around, 10 o'clock. Welcome in. Now, let me see. Sumner is here from Milwaukee. Good to see you. Just Roy rambles aboard. We're waiting for the chopper. Yes, get to the chopper. Yeah, we're just waiting for it to be released. Any minute now, they said, But yeah, hope you're well, Roy. Having a great day. And the weather is treating you a bit better. Tenured is here. Good evening. Sim Guy has checked in from Ohio. Good to see you, bud. Malky, of course, is there. Mrs. TPHI. Love to streak, right? Sumner is lurking with an early pint. Excellent news. Cyrus T, the man of teal, has rumbled in. Cyrus, good day to you, sir. Thank you very much indeed for the 737 MAX update with our livery. Looking forward to flying that on Thursday. Gibbo says, I'm excited by your excitement, Murph. This is how I'd be if a decent Concorde came out. And it will, I've no release date, but I know there's someone working on a fairly in-depth Concorde, and that's going to be all, My head is sore from looking at the numbers. But yeah, dude, I'm so excited for this, man. Really excited for this. So let's see what happens. They are based not far from Galway, says Calum. Good to see you, Calum. No issues with 5.1.
Dreamy, sleepy, nighty, snoozy, snooze.
Thanks, D. White. Heisenberg says, no issue with 5.1, but the Glasgow update is causing issues with the pop-out stuttering. Ooh. SAS? Who are they? The SBS, you mean. SBS. The Hereford Gun Club. SBS. Special BJNI service. Are you just messing with me? Is there such a thing as an SBS? The Navy had a couple for training use. JN, okay. Cracker is here, good evening. 10:28 here. Cloudy morning so far, says Mountain Man. Ooh. Digital Merc, good evening. Let me see. John Dale says, I always found that reducing sensitivity sliders for the cyclic to help the gentle touches needed. Yeah, it's a great, special boat service. Special air service, special boat service. Now it makes sense. See, I've learned something new. We didn't have any of that at all. We just had the service, right? I mean, sure, listen, espionage and counter-terrorism and special forces, it was all invented by Ireland anyway, We sat down on a rainy Wednesday afternoon, right, lads? How are we going to shake things up a bit? And then we did. Yeah, true story. But anyway, now let me see. Balbro says the Dauphin is really great, but I'm personally hyped to see the Sea King. Yes, Taogs is also working on the infamous Sea King, and looking forward for that one as well. Tail Roder, good evening. Hope you're well. Naughty Gnome, but we have a Concorde. Wished we don't. Note the word decent. To be fair to DC Designs, their Concorde is grand and all, but it's not, right? There's a far better simulation of Concorde from Colomata over on X-Plane, but even at that, FS Labs do a Concorde. So we are waiting for the FS Labs Concorde to come into Microsoft Flight Sim. How, when, where, cost, couldn't tell you. But that's what we're all waiting on from FS Labs. And anyone who has their A321, which is excellent, you know what to expect from a Concorde. So yeah, the excitement levels are there. Unbelievable. Duke is given out to me because I didn't know. Right, Royal Marines. Yes. The Navy's version of the SAS. It makes total sense. Taogs have just announced that anyone who owns a Skoda are banned from buying their Dauphin, while anyone that owns an EV car will get it for free. What are you talking about? Absolute rubbish. I know Taog's Hangar. He said, you drive a Skoda? Yeah, where I'm going to make you a livery. A Skoda livery. We called them Rib back in my day. Well, Rib is the boat, isn't it? The Rib? Wasn't that the boat? That's funny, Homewrecker. I remember years ago with this. Do you remember the Slua? You're right, the Slua. We were doing a maneuver. We're having the crackdown in Cork anyway, you know, out by Hall Bowling in Cove. And the Slua were there to kind of transport us from, well, you know how it works from Hall Bowling across. Anyway, I ended up in the drink. Now, granted, this is after I had drinks. It was our ride home, but yeah, the Slua, the Rib, great bunch of jazz. They're not as stable as you think. Roy says maybe the new developer renamed to FS Scenery will create Concorde. Yeah, no, Delaunch. That's right. Yeah, Delaunch. But yeah, that's funny. No, it's there is a proper Concorde in development. When we're going to see it, lads, is anyone's guess. But I know it's in development. I know they're working on it. And yeah, dude, could you imagine like the higher fidelity? As I said, DC Designs have done a great job. I think the Concorde was like the best-selling aircraft in 2020. I'm not there bashing me hand, but yeah, man, high fidelity. Could you imagine it? Loads of fun. But anyway, shag off fixed wing. We're here for the rotary wing. Yes, we're here all about helicopters, and that's what we're looking forward to tonight, at least. Now, who else is here in the parlour? Welcome in, lads. Shamrock Minimums, good to see you. Northland Air, happy release day to you too, buddy. DJ is in the house. Welcome in. Will C is here. I got one of those sausage rolls. It was amazing. I'm here for 4 more days. Anything else you would recommend in London? So Will C is in England, and we recommended he go off and get a Greg's sausage roll. He has now reported back to say it was amazing. So what else would you recommend to get from the culinary aisle in London? Pies are actually pretty good in London. Yeah, I'm just saying. Yeah, they're not bad, like, you know, a match day pie. Mitch Jensen, good to see you, buddy. Greetings from Germany. Hello from Tipperary. Hope you're well. JP Gaming, good to see you. Vert 3D. Or maybe it's Verted. Am I going to be using the Moza? I haven't got it set up for today. That's going to be the next edition, because between Collective and then Cyclic, which is going to be the AB6, I have a desk over there behind the camera. You can't really see it. Can you see it from here? Kinda. Oh, look at the back of my head. Oh, hang on. We have an infiltration inside Discord. I'm going to immediately ban him. Don't panic. Wait now. How do we? How do I press this button now? Kick. Ban. Yes. The whole shagging lot. Delete everything. Ding. Thanks for playing. Take care. Bye then. There he's gone. That was quick work, Murph. See, I can mod when I can mod. Did you see him? He came in there. Brilliant, right? Give out. Listen, you know, Jesus, I learned well. The lads, they taught me very well. Murphy, if you just press that button and that, this one and that, all right, you know, beat me to it. Brilliant. But anyway, look at the back of that head. But anyway, yeah, you can kind of see the setup over here. There's a chair that won't be there for too long, because this chair is going to go over there, right? And then I have another system. You can't really see it from there. No, you can't see it from there. If I move all this, I'll break it. But it's all in there, and that's where we're going to be doing... we're going to be doing other kind of content in there. It'll take a few more weeks to get all the gear in, you know. But anyway, who else come in here? Reinhard is here. Good to see you, buddy. Ace Airstream. The Dauphin in France was the name of the French monarchy's Prince of Wales. So sort of a Prince of Wales. He had a territory in the Rhone Alps region, gave his name to a cycle track, the Dauphin, or Dauphine. Ooh, there you go. Well, I mean, the French will know. I mean, they built it. You know, the Irish invented it, mind you, but the French built it, you know. Right. Nick Andrews, good evening. Hope you're well. Bella 2 is here. Welcome aboard. Tom Fisher, good evening. ATP Rotary Wing, Vancouver, Canada. You flew the SA365 for 4 years out to oil rigs. That's awesome. That's awesome, Tom. Yeah, we'll have to get some information from you there, man. Bloody hell, that's pretty cool. DJ says, what's your Twitch? Twitch.tv/Two-Tone Murphy. Yeah, we kept it simple, you know. But yeah, DJ, for anyone watching on YouTube, like, we're on both. And we're on both because it's whatever platform you're on. Well, I want to be there. But yeah, we tend to play a bit more music over here, do you know. But yes, we don't need the likes of him here. Muse fan, yeah. No, Muse has... typical, isn't it? I reckon this is a cover-up. Gibbo, that wasn't a bot. That was Muse fan testing us because he wasn't here. That's exactly what it was, right? Kubi Montana, good evening. Hope you're well. Right, let's have a now look. Anyone working on an A139 or a 189? Yes and yes. Yes, there is. The Sunday roast wrapped in Yorkshire pudding. Ooh. In London, you want a bagel from the East End. Is it a bagel from the East End? I've seen quicker snails. Shut up, you. No, do you know? Eamon says, one of my mate's son-in-law is a director for Greg's. Free Greg's when we go wild camping with him. No way. Free Greg's. Free Greg's. Everyone, we need free Greg's. That's great news. Now, did I catch up with everyone? I think I have, lads. I think I have. Right, come on over here to this other screen. Look. Ding. And let's have a look. Oh, changed my microphone settings. Now, we're here at Casement Aerodrome. This is where we're going to be starting our training today, a little bit later on. Gregor, I'm not free. Now, Tarnish Mossman, good to see you. One Foxy Bingo Gav is in the house. Welcome in, lads. You're looking all terribly, terribly well. So, available right now over on the website from Taog's Hangar is, of course, their flight manual. And we're going to have a quick read on this. As I said, this is purely down to we're waiting for the thing, right? Where is this now? Flights and forms are down. I'd say it's on the way. We'll keep an eye out anyway. Don't you need to restart the sim for the marketplace to update? I'm not quite sure. We'll find out though, Gibbo. My understanding is no. But if I do, well, then I'll have to restart the sim. I was looking into it and I was told no. But I could be completely wrong. You know, so let's see what happens. Right, Filthy is here. Good evening. Look at Malky telling Gibbo to shush. But anyway, what we have here, the flight manual for both variants, the AS365N2 Dauphin and the HH65A Dolphin, right? And this is version 1. He'll probably change this a few times, right? Taog said you do have to restart. Okay, we'll find out. Let's see what happens. Insider contents here. Everything we need to know about the aircraft, right? And both variants, that's important. So just remember there's going to be 2 variants. Now, there is something very, very important we need to know about this aircraft in terms of the controls. And we need to bind a couple of buttons, right? So we'll need to watch this. So the usual stuff here, unison data, that's all grand. The AS365N2 data is presented metric first in knots, kilos and degrees, mirroring that of the DGAC approved Eurocopter flight manual. 89 to 92, that's pretty much what the Aircore were running off as well. All right. And then the HH65 is present in US, as in knots, indicated airspeed and pounds. All right. Google him now. Thank you very much indeed. Welcome in, buddy. Welcome in. So, introduction. The add-on for Microsoft Flight Sim features 2 iconic medium twin-engine helicopters, the Aerospatiale Dauphin and its US Coast Guard variant, the HH65A. While sharing the same airframe lineage and Fenestron anti-torque design, the aircraft are distinct in avionics, mission equipment, and operational philosophy. Now, this is a 14. I think it's $49.99. I think it's $49.99. Right, so it's by far cheap. However, you are getting 2 types of aircraft. Right, it's all kind of jumbled in together. And there are differences between them. They might kind of look the same, but there's a lot of stuff under the hood that's going to be different. The avionics and what they mean as well by the operational philosophy. The HH65 was more so used, kind of US Coast Guard neck of the woods. It has a 4 control point autopilot versus a 3. So there's going to be differences in it, right? So the AS365, it's a civil paramilitary version of the second generation Dauphin, became known as Dauphin 2, widely operated in offshore transport, EMS, law enforcement and SAR roles worldwide. The HH65A, the US Coast Guard's dedicated short-range recovery helicopter, fitted with a sophisticated 4-axis automatic flight control system, a flight director system, and also mission-specific equipment for maritime search and rescue operations. The goal of this project is to offer a detailed procedure-orientated simulation of both aircraft within Microsoft Flight Sim 2024, with enough system depth to support the realistic workflows whilst remaining accessible to pilots of varying experience levels. Systems modelling, cockpit layout and flight behaviour have been developed based on real-life flight manuals, pilot feedback and primary reference documentation. Now, there's going to be a bit of a head scratcher when, especially, you look at kind of the military variants, or that indeed of the HH65. Some of those systems don't exist yet in flight simulation, so they've he's had to done a bit of jiggery pokery to kind of simulate all of this kind of stuff for us, right? So a whole load of abbreviations that we'll have in the aircraft. We don't need to worry about this too much, but it's a good reference point, right? The NF, or free power, that's effectively going to be your turbine speed, your N1 gas generator speed, and so on and so forth. We'll refer back to this if we need it, right? Lord is here, good to see it. Tom Fisher says the Bell 212 sounds better but slower. Ooh. Murph, the dog told me we were going for a walk, so I'll have to head out. Very good, very good. So the Dauphin lineage originates with Aerospatiale's SA360. That was a single-engine design in the early 1970s. The twin-engine SA365, first flown in January 1975, well, it introduced the distinctive fenestron-shrouded tail rotor and the Starflex composite rotor head. That's basically where all our main rotors connect into each other. They call it the Starflex, and the idea being is it was less moving parts, easier to maintain, and overall better control over the aircraft. That's what they figured out with this. After successive refinements through the SA365N and N1 variants, the AS365N2 was introduced in 1990, bringing the updated or uprated Turbomeca Ariel 1C2 turboshaft engines, an improved main gearbox, increased maximum takeoff weight, and enlarged composite fenestron, and of course redesigned the cabin doors. Licensed production versions designated Z9 and Z9A were also assembled in China, and the N2 model in this add-on is equipped with the AP155 autopilot and the CDV-85 flight director, right? That's what we want to see. Drift Soul, good to see you. Let me see here now. Reinhardt said, yeah, the sound is great too, yeah. Pre-departure checklist. Wife tased. No factor phone. Binned wallet. Armed and cross-checked. Checklist complete. Brilliant. Murph, you're missing me claim to fame tonight. You had these land on the flagship many times. Those flyboys can put back the rum also. Oh, yeah. So were you on the Etna home wrecker? That's actually mad if you were. A buddy of mine used to be on the Roisin and the EFA for a little bit, but he was on the Roisin for years and years, right? And he went in kind of general enlistment and worked his way up. But yeah, the Etna was gorgeous. She's gone now, I think, isn't it? Ellie Etna. Yeah. So there was 2 ships, I think, wasn't there? There was definitely 1 ship, but I thought 2 ships were capable of landing the Dauphin back in the day. You know, back when things were cool. But yeah, Gibbo, that's hilarious. Pre-departure checklist. Moving over to the American version, the US Coast Guard selected the Aerospatiale AS366G1 variant. That was a derivative of the AS365N, configured specifically for the US requirements. It was a short-range recovery mission in the early 80s, designating it as the HH-65A Dauphin. Early production models used Lycoming LTS 101 engines, and then later the MH65D and E fleets had been realigned with the Ariel 2C2 turboshafts. The variant model in this, reflecting the configuration documented in the US Coast Guard manual reference, features the original 4-axis AFCS with the dedicated flight director system. So pretty cool. Just the Etna. Sweet. So the roles, AS365N, offshore oil rig, transport, emergency medical services, law enforcement, search and rescue, VIP and executive transport, border control, firefighting, which had the optional Bambi bucket or even a dart fire attack system. And of course it would have done, well, they have it there, they covered it with VIP, but also air ambulance, right? Air ambulance, which would fall under emergency medical services. Whereas the Dauphin, or the Dolphin for the US Coast Guard, short-range recovery or SRR missions, primarily maritime search and rescue, law enforcement, drug interdiction, operated from shore stations and also aboard Coast Guard cutters, right? The only one that had a flight deck or a hangar. So specs, crew capacity, 1 to 2 pilots and up to 12 passengers. That's for the AS365. The Dolphin, the American one, 2 pilots plus a rescue crew and whatever survivors that they have. There is a difference in our engines. So the N2 we're going to be flying tonight, they're the Turbomeca Ariel engines versus the Lycoming. Takeoff power, each producing 549 kilowatts, right? Or about 737 horsepower, slightly more than the American variant. Empty weight, is about 4.7 versus 7.3, but that's based on being fully equipped with radar, life support machines, all this kind of crack in the US Coast Guard. Max takeoff weight, this is important. We don't exceed your max takeoff weight in a chopper. Whatever crack you have in a plane, don't do it in a chopper. So we got about 4,200 kilos, which is similar between both aircraft. The rotor diameter, both the same. 11 blade, both the same. That's the tail rotor, the fenestron. We have our VNE power on, 175 knots versus 165. Cruise speed, about 155 knots. These are fast helicopters, right? Rate of climb, about 75 knots versus 70. Service ceiling in meters, just shy of 20,000 feet, or the American version, about 15,000 feet. The range with standard fuel, they also had a derivative. They were capable of carrying an internal fuel tank, but it wasn't necessarily part of the aircraft. At least from my knowledge, these were kind of aftermarket designs, or they were done locally to boost the range. That's why back in Ireland, at least, they had to physically have the aircraft positioned in various parts of the country, and of course aboard naval vessels, the EINN, right? But the range of these standard is about 290 nautical miles, whereby the Coast Guard one slightly shorter because they're able to pour more equipment onto it, and they usually live on cutters. They'd be out in the sea. Do you know what I mean? Fuel capacity was about 1,100 litres, and fuel capacity based on the American version, depending on the mission or where they were going to operate. And they both had a retractable tricycle landing gear, right? That's what both aircraft are in. Now, the airframe overview, both variants share the same fundamental airframe. It's a semi-monocoque fuselage constructed primarily of aluminium alloy and composite materials, featuring a four-bladed Starflex main rotor, a fenestron anti-torque device, enclosed tail rotor in the fin, retractable tricycle landing gear, and then a twin turboshaft engines mounted side by side above the cabin. The Starflex hub is a distinctive design feature, a fully articulated composite head without the conventional flap or drag hinges in the traditional sense, using the elastomeric bearings and also a star-shaped composite hub arm. It reduced vibration, it reduced maintenance requirements and mechanical complexity compared to the contemporary all-metal rotor system. They hit a home run with this, you know what I mean? 777 pilot, you just bought the new EIME builds Liverpool. Dude, it's so nice, isn't it? John is here. Good to see you, John. Uniform Goose says, update 5.1 is smooth as silk. Great to hear, buddy. Great to hear. The fenestron tail rotor enclosed within a fin shroud provides significant safety advantages around personnel and obstacles, which is very important from a search and rescue perspective, right? Because it's enclosed, right? And also reduced noise signature and improved yaw authority. Both fenestrons carry 11 blades. I actually have a cracking picture I just see here on Discord. Let's have a look. And I think it's just after going live here as well. So let's have a look here. So this came from home record. This is an old photograph. This is the Dauphin coming in on EINN. Pretty cool, right? Now I do have some I've other stuff and bits and bobs here about the Dauphin. Like it's there's 117 pages of this manual. We're not going to go through the whole lot. I have prepared my own notes. But it's important. A couple of things, right? When you buy it, it'll install through the marketplace. Return to your library to make sure that it's there. Grand. The package provides 2 aircraft. Make sure you have both. First flight. If you're new to the aircraft, you can go through like Control E if you want. But what it says is, see this is important, lads. Do not use custom departure on ground shutdown when spawning. This breaks the correct initialization of the aircraft parameters and systems. It's a known problem in the sim. Use a normal parking position for cold and dark starts. All right. So that is important. So let us go and end the flight. Let's go into the marketplace and see if we can grab it. Right. Silly question time. I'm installing something from Contrail. It asked me to install either Community or Community 2024. It really doesn't matter, Stu. Either or will work. I just horse them all into the same community. The very same one. The very same one. Right, let's have a look if this works. So we're looking at Taogs. And I might need to close the sim. Really? Alouette. Oh, you just don't see it yet. That's what you've been doing? Okay. SA365. Let's see. No, she hasn't popped up yet. So it might be the case that we need to shut down the sim. So we will shut down the sim. Quit to desktop. And we'll see what the crack is here now in a moment. Now, let's see here. Yeah, a lot of people are saying it's out now. Right, grand. We'll restart the sim here now in a moment. So the important thing, remember lads, don't use a custom departure on the ground shut down. Just start it from a normal parking spot. All right. Helicopter aerodynamics, forces, torque, and the fenestron. Again, this is very, very important because we need to do some button binding, right? We can talk about transitional lift. We can talk about ground effect and all this. It does have VRS. Auto rotation is built into this as well. Like it has everything you would expect to have, right? But there is a button here. Do not apply pedal input when the rotor is stopped on the ground. The flight manual explicitly prohibits moving the pedals, right? Don't think it's available at the moment. Northern Air has got it. It's probably out on the US side. All right. Now, the cockpit variants are going to be a little bit different. And the reason being is if you're in the Dauphin, it'll be similar to this. If you're in the Dolphin, it'll be slightly different. Slightly different. All right. So the old story, you learn one, you learn the second, and then whatever one is your favorite, away you go, right? So when it comes to cockpit familiarization, we'll figure all this out in the aircraft together, all right? There are a couple of things we want to watch. Your vertical velocity indicator, basically your vertical speed, right? It's the rate of climb or descent in hundreds of feet. The orange reference needle sets with the adjacent rotary knob. Radio magnetic or RMI. What else do we need to have? You have an ADI and you have an airspeed indicator. That's fine. Nav switching unit, that'll go via war nav to GPS. The glare shield, triple tachometer. So you have a triple tachometer in this, meaning that you're going to look at your NR, NF, N2. Like there's three different ways we're going to be monitoring this. So you might be familiar with N2, N1 and all this kind of jazz. So we'll need to keep an eye on that as we fire up the sim here in the background. Trim position indicator. This is going to be important. It displays your pitch, roll, and yaw actuator positions used during pre-takeoff checks to confirm the actuators are indeed centered. Now, there's an important note. I said we had to set up a couple of buttons for this, right? And we will, because we're going to have a trim release switch. Basically, just to kind of give you an idea, when you're trying to fly the aircraft, think of Airbus. Right? Do you know the way you would pitch an Airbus and, you know, the trim kind of catches up, so it kind of self-trims? The Dauphin can do that too. So if you want to, if you want to be flying this thing properly manually, you have to disengage the trim release or engage the trim release, whatever way we need to fix it, right? Radar altimeter, yeah, that's going to be your radar altimeter. That's effectively going to track your actual altitude between underneath you and the ground. So you would set radar altimeter. Kind of works like, whatchamacallit, like a sonar or a depth sounder. That kind of crack, that's what it does, right? Instrument guide, electrical panel, inverters, we'll go through them. This is interesting. So your electrical power in flight is supplied by your two engine-driven generators, controlled by Gen 1 and Gen 2. Once the engines are running and stable, both generators should be switched on and checked for normal electrical indications. Inverter 1 and 2 switches control your static inverters, which supply your alternating current power to systems that require it. During normal operation, both inverters should be selected on and their associated warning lights should be extinguished. So we need to figure this one out. It needs generators and it needs inverters. Grand, all right? Try as I might, I just can't get excited for helos in the sim. But then I hated them in real life too, right? It ain't cheap. No, I think it's $49.99 and whatever Microsoft throw on top of that. We'll find out now together, right? But you're getting two aircraft, so maybe that's, you know what I mean? Now, this is, let me see. This is for both, but what's this figure showing me? Inverter, generator, battery. So we'll look at this. I thought it was the cyclic. It's not. So your inverter, generator. You have an emergency cutoff. That's fine. Battery 1, battery 2. Hydraulic. Emergency LG pump. This is your emergency landing gear switch. It has a backup landing gear system. So we need to keep an eye on that. The shed bus. Shed norm. Your shed bus effectively is a switch that will shed power going to avionics or systems that are not critical to the aircraft operating, at least flying, right? So for example, if you have a weather radar, or friggin' whatever, you've basically stuff in the aircraft that you don't need to fly, or you don't need to be monitoring to a successful flight. During an electrical emergency, you would engage the shed bus. So it sheds the power going to non-essential avionics and systems. All right. So if you make sure it's set to normal, that'll be the main thing. Instrument panel, that's okay. Fuel Q, FILT, fuel P. So fuel Q, right? That's your fuel level indicator in the feeder tank. FILT is your fuel filter beginning to clog, and fuel P is your fuel pressure. So we'll need to keep an eye on this. We also have a transfer pump if we need to. A fuel test button is there as well, and the aircraft is capable of a full fuel jettison out of one or both tanks, and it's visually there as well. So you can jettison the fuel, and you'll actually see it both come out the aircraft and drain out of your tank by looking at your instruments. So that's the button we don't want to mess with unless we have to. All right. And there we have, that's all controlled by this kind of panel down there, right? So just let the sim load up here for me while we're waiting. What else we want to do? The overhead panel. So this is what we need to figure out. The overhead panel, we got a couple of buttons. Co-pilot instrument panel light, which is up here. You got these rotary dials there for your lights. So lights are going to be up the top left, grand. And 3, 4, and 5 are also lights. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are all your lights. Grand. It's over on the right hand side we need to keep an eye on. So we're going to have notices, air conditioning, recorder malfunction, recorder test, anti-collision lights position, de-icing, demisting, hot microphone or an intercom switch, and then you have a step. Now, I'm not sure, did the Irish aircraft have this switch? Because basically the steps, I've seen it, but I don't think I've seen it on the Aircore ones. There was a button you pressed inside in the cockpit, and the steps just, they came out, and then you could step on it to get in. I can't remember if the Aircore had them. To my knowledge, they didn't. They just built like a H-bar and welded it on. But I could be wrong, right? I could be wrong. What else do we have here? Standby static pressure, hydraulic isolate if we need to. That's your tail rotor server. You're going to be cut off or normal. We can test that. Mission selector. Number 18 is going to be important, especially when we start getting into our kind of search and rescue missions. Your mission selector switch is either going to power the winch or the cargo grapple. So if you want to operate the winch, you need to make sure it's turned onto the winch. Otherwise, you're not going to get any power in there. Fair enough? All right. Right, start marketplace. And this could be hilarious. I wonder will it appear kind of straight away, no? Doesn't even... let me see. We'll just go into TAOG. It is released, yeah. I think everyone's saying it's released. We'll pick it up here now. There, GB, $54.99. Jesus. Now we need to wait for this little guy to go green. This just takes a moment. It's added to my wish list, and then I just need to wait. This just takes a few moments. Look at this, lads. Look at it, though. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, what I haven't noticed, I'll know it on the Aircore one when I see it, because the pedos... Should not load. The pedo cover or the pedo lines are actually just off the nose. So I'm unsure have they modelled that. I imagine they have, but I can't be sure. Look at the state of this thing. Isn't it absolutely gorgeous? Yeah, they should be coming out the side there. We'll have to wait and see. Can I buy that, please? Not yet. Does anyone know why this doesn't work? You have to wait for this thing to turn green. Or white. Do you have the same issue? No? We'll have to sit here and wait for a minute. Let's see what happens. You can also use this aircraft in the career. Corfu is also out. Yeah, I think Practically Geek is showing that off. It's featured in Baywatch. Oh, look, we've more pictures coming in on Discord here. Look, lads. Brilliant. Where's this now? Diddly-do. So there is Aircore number 245. That's on the back of Etna. And here's the HH65 at Baywatch. There's Mitch. Look, brilliant. To fit in the hangar, the rotor's folded back. Yeah. That's awesome, lads. Love seeing that. Right. Come on, you devil you. No, doesn't want to do it. The forums are down, not sure if it impacts. I don't know, we'll try it this way. Sometimes you have to go to a different aircraft to kind of reset it. We'll see now if this works. Doodly-doo. Aha! Right, she's gone off to do her stuff. So while it's doing that, friends, it'll quiz me about how we're going to pay for it. Control system, standby static, isolation, that's all okay. That's all okay. The center pedestal. Right. Fuel pumps, left and right. Engines 1, engines 2. That's grand. This lane 1 and lane 2. This is going to be important. So number 1. That is your autopilot, your AFCS and SAS. Automatic flight control system, test and trim unit. Lane 1, lane 2 push buttons. Select the active autopilot lane. The 3 status windows display pitch, roll and yaw. The test run switch and the digital readout drive the self-test sequence. Norm and turb tailors the AFCS gain to turbulent conditions, which isn't simulated, and in the lower row carries ASC and SAS control to the auto trim, pitch, roll and yaw, plus the collective link pre-control. So that's what we're going to be looking at there, right? Come on now, Sim, and do your thing. Okay, that's fairly straightforward then. This is definitely fuel, right? Number 2. We have a number of comm and nav radios. Perfect. Transponder. More radios. Up here we have the gyro. More comm stuff. Wait now. Buy that, please. 57 quid. You see the price of that? The door. Anyway, yeah, so that's all cool looking there. Transponder ADF. Here's our collective. Yeah, that's our collective. Landing light is built onto it. Extend, retract. Not entirely sure. Winch controls, maybe? Look at 14. Avionics circuit breaker console, no. Score points. Xbox, thanks very much. ADF audio selector panel. We'll have to wait and see. Iowa Scotsman, good to see you. I'm off to get Corfu, doing a cheeky Heraklion to Corfu. Ooh, nice. Right, and then we get into the HH65A cockpit. You can see this is slightly different. Now, we're not going to be looking at this machine tonight. It's purely looking at the N2 variant, but it's all there for us as well. All right. So there's going to be similarities, but also changes. So anyone kind of having a BJ's then regarding the price, it's 2 aircraft and there's a ton of liveries. So that's what we're after there. All right. That's what we're after there. It's yours. Thanks very much. Right. So we're going to bring this. We'll keep that there for the minute while it's doing its stuff. Right. Now, some of the notes that I have, because we're going to get into operating this thing fairly quick. Right. So the Dauphin. What we're going to do tonight, lads, it's not just about like memorizing switches and know where everything is. We want to understand why the Dauphin became one of the world's most respected and used medium helicopters. Right? The real Dauphin family first flew in 1975 and has gone to serve offshore transport, search and rescue, and all the jazz over the years. And of course, we mentioned the HH65 Dauphin. By the end of the stream, we're going to go from cold and dark to a complete flight. That's going to cover a startup, hover, transition, cruise, approach, landing, and we're going to look at some of the operational procedures as well. All right? That is our plan. Wait until your purchase is complete. So that's what we're going to be doing. All right. And this is what I'm working off. So we got a bit of history of it. The first twin-engine Dauphin prototype made its maiden flight on the 24th of January 1975, right? And it soon demonstrated strong performance. 2 features defined the type for decades to come. Of course, the Fenestrom and the shrouded, which is the shrouded tail rotor fan, and also the Starflex composite rotor head. Absolutely brilliant. And then the design evolved steadily to the 365C, 365N, and then the N2. All right. Ireland's military helicopter star stories begins much earlier. In 1963, when the Air Corps got its first helicopters delivered, they were 3 Aerospatiale Alouette 3 helicopters, and they were ordered for the newly formed Irish Air Corps Heli Wing, or helicopter wing. And by the late 1970s, it was clear that the light single-engine aircraft couldn't fully meet the demands of search and rescue work off Ireland's Atlantic coast. In the mid to late 1980s, the Irish Air Corps acquired a small fleet of SA-365 FI Dauphin II helicopters for search and rescue duties, operated by 301 Squadron, part of Number 3 Operations Wing based at Casement Aerodrome. Operational detachments to regional airports, including Waterford, for coastal coverage. 2 airframes were later modified for shipboard use above the EINN. And over the following 2 decades, the Air Corps Dauphin fleet saw search and rescue, fishery protection, air ambulance and VIP transport mission in Ireland's declared search and rescue region. Now, shortly after midnight on the 2nd of July 1999, an Irish Air Corps AS365 Dauphin helicopter, registration 248, call sign Rescue 111, crashed into the sand dunes behind Tramore Beach in County Waterford while returning from a successful mission off the coast near Dungarvan. It was a rescue mission. All 4 crew on board, which included Captain Dave O'Flaherty, Captain Michael Baker, Sergeant Paddy Mooney and Corporal Niall Byrne, were killed. The aircraft had been hampered by dense fog while attempting to land at its temporary base at Waterford Airport, the very first night of the new 24-hour SAR service from that airport. The official Air Accident Investigation Unit report, published in 2000, identified multiple contributory and systematic causes, including the absence of after-hours ATC at Waterford at this time. A memorial to the crew of Rescue 111 stands on Tramore's seafront to this day, and the Irish Air Corps and Waterford community continue to commemorate the anniversary each and every year. I remember when that happened. I remember being in the hangar when they brought the parts back for the investigation. And if you've ever looked at air crash investigation, if you've ever looked into what they do, literally every single part is laid out. It's noted, it's photographed, there's a ticket on it, you don't touch it. Literally every single part of that aircraft, or what's left of the aircraft, and it's fully tested and checked out, black box and all that kind of stuff. Now, the aircraft we're using tonight, this is going to be registration 246. I'm going to have a little video on this here now as well. But yeah, it's a very sad day when it came to the Irish Air Corps, especially after losing that aircraft. But as I said, Taog has very kindly given us an Irish Air Corps livery for 246. It's a great remembrance for that event as well. Do you know what I mean? So we shall fly it with honour for all our flights that we're using an Air Corps livery. So let me see. Oh, days, there's updates everywhere. I want to make sure that we got the heli creator. Come down here to Taog's. We just want to verify it's in where it is. Taog. No. Taog's hangar. Yes. There's a Dauphin. It's streamed. I could download it, but we might just leave it streamed for the minute, right? And let's jump in and have an old hoolie at this, right? Let's have a look here now. So we're looking at Dauphin. Oh, this is going to be brilliant. Can I just say this is going to be brilliant? Right, what are we looking for? We're looking for the N2 Search and Rescue, the F and N series. I imagine it's, is it? I imagine it's this one. So let's go into livery. Man, the amount of liveries, right? So it's not that one. She's not utility. 665A VIP. N2? Or is she down as utility? We'll find it in here now in a second. French Navy, Coast Guard, Coast Guard. What's the actual variant she's under? Doodle-doo, doodle-doo. We'll find it here now. It's not the HA65, is it? There's no way it's that. She's not utility. Is she utility, maybe? Yeah. 2-4. Oh, look at the state. Look at the cut of it. This is going to be absolutely brilliant. Right. In we go to Bal. Now, let's see. We shall go to our little parking space. Thanks be to Jeppesen. And we'll do one of these. And I won't use real world weather. We'll go with our own makey-uppy. The focus is not necessarily on the weather, it's going to be on the aircraft itself, right? So let's have a look at this now. The main thing we want to do is our controls. Trim release is going to be savagely important. Essential controller bindings, right? We'll need to do all of this first. after we have a look at this machine, right? Right, ready to fly. Now we're going to jump in just for a moment because I'm going to set up my cameras, right? So I'm using chase plane. I'm going to import from the Alouette because similar airframe, right? Menu, main, we're going to import, and I want to find the Alouette. We want to find the Alouette, so we'll do a search. ALOU. Here we go. Import, replace. And now we're just going to start fixing up our views here, right? So this is our main pilot view. So we'll just get ourselves a little bit kind of chalked in here. That looks good to me. We're going to save this. Sunjammer, good to see you. Lord Freet is here, good to see it. Our overhead, we need to edit this guy. So we want, there's two kind of parts of this overhead we want to be checking out, right? We'll have a look there, but we'll need to have something from the engine start position. So I'm thinking something like that, right? Because this is your fuel flow. The main kind of clamps up on the top of the chopper, engine 1 and engine 2. But you've got a black button on each. These are igniters. Think of the Fuga. You have to press and hold the igniter. It gets to a certain speed, then you introduce more fuel, all right? So we're going to save that position, which I think I did, but we'll double check it again. We'll do something like that. So that's my overhead. Next up, number 2. This is going to come down to here. Let's have a look. We're getting some texture. That's probably frame gen. Lower panel. Yeah, let's go with that. Number 3 is going to be for our nav systems. And I imagine we'll be able to edit all of this. So our nav box will live over there. Save. We'll need a view out the right hand side. Let's just move you down a small little bit. It'll do. Now we need a view out the left hand side. That's not too bad there. So all these button bindings that I'm doing, lads, if you want to do the same, right? I use my numpad. I'm set up in X-Plane the same way. I'm set up in Microsoft Flight Sim the same way. My numpad is what I do here. So I use, like, 0 is my home view. 1 is the overhead. 2 is the lower. 3 is for navigation. 4 is going to be left window. 6 is the right window, right? And then from there, 7 tends to be on the dash. So I need to go in and fix this. I just use this as like a kind of a GoPro kind of a camera, right? Let's see here now. Oh, Jesus, look at this. Look at the views. Oh. We'll save that. We'll come to number 5. Now, I reckon we'll probably get away with number 5 doing our engine ignition, and then we'll edit the other one. How's that? So let's come into roughly here, right? So that's going to be number 5. And I'll go back to number 1 and edit this guy, because to be honest, this is where I need to be looking. And we'll do something like that, all right? 8 is going to be over my left shoulder. So we'll come back inside the chopper, get an idea where we are. From the pilot's perspective, or indeed you can go from the cruise perspective, but number 8 is over my left shoulder. So that's going to be there, right? And 9 is over my right shoulder. And the reason why I have these views set up, I mean, I use Track, or don't use Track, I use Toby. But if I have these views saved, it makes life an awful lot easier for me. I just don't really need to think about them. You know what I mean? Here's a nice view here that we'll have, because this is where our winch operator can be. So let's go through them. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 5, 7, 8, 9. Perfect. And then we have a couple of fancy ones outside. That looks pretty nice there. And another one here. We'll just move this guy slightly. So look at the state of this chopper. All right, we will save that as a position. All right, that looks good to me. Now, lads, if you don't mind terribly, I'm just going to turn off multiplayer for the moment, because otherwise we'll have the sounds of 100 aircraft starting up together. All right, but I will turn it back on. Don't worry. We will be doing a group flight, but just for the moment, as we try and learn this, we'll see what we can get on with. Right. So let's check it out. This is the first time I get to see this in the flesh. So. Right, this is exciting. So let me see. I'll tell you now about accuracy. So here's our famous Fenestrom at the back, and your 11 blades inside. Jeez, look at the detail there. Look, beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. There is about, look at that. That is fairly accurate. There's like a millimeter I think the actual thing, I think it was 6 mil. I used to hear the lads joke about 6 mil. I think there's 6 mil between the blade and the housing, right? SA365F, absolutely gorgeous, right? Moving up and along, we will have some nav lights on these pods here. Yes, we do. Various antennas. Also have some lights down here. There's a bit of a texture issue from the repaint. We won't worry too much. Onto the main landing gear. She's fitted with a grapple or a cargo hoist. Jays, look at the tires, look. He simulated the weight on the tire. That class, isn't it? You know. Malky says, who's going to be the first to complain about the flag, right? Let's have a now look here now. The roundel is the wrong way around. Taog, you need to fix that. It's correct on that side. I don't think they moved the roundel. They never moved the roundel. I won't tell him now. I don't want to be that guy. But yeah, he needs to fix the roundel. The roundel is incorrect on the port side. But anyway, we're not going to let that worry us, are we? We'll get over ourselves for the minute. Right, onto these engines. Beautiful decals here, look. I wonder, can we get access to these? We probably will. We have the mesh covers for the air intake. Beautiful. And then looking into the craft itself, I wonder, I'm sure there's a button we can configure this for winch operation. I imagine there is. He's bang on. So this is correct. This is where your pitos are, left and right. So they're bang on. It's very pretty, isn't it? Isn't it gorgeous? Stop the release immediately. Yeah. You got the air core roundels wrong. There is our temperature probe. Outside air temperature. That's correct. Moving down the left hand side. The symbol, the unit symbol of helicopter wing. It was on the roundel. It said, what was it? So others may live. That, you know, that's what they went with that. Energizer, thank you very much indeed. Cheers, buddy. Would you look at the state of it? You're all right too, Murph. Thanks very much. 32 months, buddy. Cheers. Filthy good to see you. Now, looking around the landing gear again, there's great detail here. So you can see where they go up into the wheel bay. There's nice detail there. Oh yeah, this is very nice. Very, very nice. As I said, we got a mix of antennas. I'm looking for the fuel jettison. I don't see it there. There was a small little pipe that hung out the bottom of this thing, but I don't. Oh, there it is there. So see, is it? No, that's more antennas. Interesting. The landing lights on the front. There should be 2 of these. I only see 1 down. So we'll see what the crack is. Maybe there is a second one there. Doesn't look like it though, does it? So the air core had 2 landing lights on the front of theirs. But we'll figure all that out now in a minute. I mean, overall, doesn't it look absolutely gorgeous, doesn't it? Doesn't it? I mean, the state of it. The absolute hack of this, right? Right, inside we go. And we have a button press and a tablet. Excellent. So here's our tablet. So this, let me know if everything's okay to see, right? Buse fan is here. Good to see you. Welcome in, buddy. So this is our T-pad, I think they call it, or TFB, or TEFB. Anyway, menu. Cockpit avionics, exterior, gameplay. That's interesting. Doors, hoist, heli tow cart. Oh, that's kind of cool. We can tow this on the ground. Weight and balance, autopilot. User guides and a live map. Live map. That's pretty cool. You can't zoom in the map. You got to use buttons though. All right. Right, cockpit avionics. So we have a GNS 530 installed at the moment. We can use the PMS or the TDS GTN 750s. So that's pretty cool, right? Headsets. Or we can use the Asobo EFB, and then we have interior lights. Okay, that's a nice touch. Exterior, high intensity searchlight, FLIR pod, external battery, fuel jettison system, outer nozzle, Interesting. Cargo hook. Well, we want a rescue winch. So we're going to get rid of the cargo hook. But how do we get not installed? Why is that now? Water tank excludes. That's for firefighting. Fast rope. Wire strike protection kit. I wonder why the rescue winch isn't installed on this chopper. It's interesting. Oh jeez, we power. Hang on, was that the ground power unit? Yeah, turned it off. We don't power. Mirror, high intensity searchlight, infrared filter. There she is there at the side, look, right? There's the fuel jettison. As I said, we don't particularly need that. So, get rid of that. Get rid of that. Snow skids, fast rope, wire protection kit. Yeah, I'm kind of raging we don't have the rescue winch in this variant. Oh well. Do you want me to add delivery to the SAR variant? Taog, yes, please. Also, buddy, love your work. Do you see the roundel here? It's the wrong way around. So your flags are bang on. They're correct on both sides, but the roundel on both sides should be the same. Unless you're looking at reference photos that I haven't seen. But my understanding is the roundels don't move, or they never moved. So, see this guy, just yep, put the green on the left and the white on the right. You know what I mean? But yeah, I would love to see the old winch being added, if you could. That'd just make my day, Taog. Lads, can we get some pints of Guinness emotes into the chat for Taog? Because he's here, the man who made this and manages the team of testers and developers and so on. What a treat to have you here, buddy. And congratulations on the release of this. We're going to try and learn it, you know, without breaking it. He's over on YouTube, so everyone on Twitch is going to say hello to you. All right, we'll change it. Thanks very much. Thanks very much. Loving it so far, man. It's beautiful. Right, so we won't worry about that. Tie down blades first, and then we have a blade fold for our ship operations. That's pretty cool, isn't it? To be honest, I rarely saw that with the Aircore one. It would only happen out in the ship. What was that? There was noise. Jesus, there's buttons being pressed. There's an alert on my screen. Oh, it's a giant Guinness emote. I didn't even know you could do that, lads. Who's in charge? Norton there. Thank you very much. Right, anyway, we continue on. The EFB is such a step up. Yeah, it's really good, isn't it? This is really good. And this is its own native one. This is pretty cool, right? Right, we're going to unfold this. And what else? We don't need much else in here for the minute. I'm happy enough with what we have. Pre-flight covers. She's 2024, so let's step out the aircraft. And we'll go to each station and see what the crack is. So yeah, we can click on them. You gotta love this, man. Can we do one with the engines? We can! Look at those turbo mechas! Oh, jeez, that's brilliant. Ah, lads, isn't that class looking? The detail in there is absolutely gorgeous. Right, continue on. What else we have? Oh, that is pretty. The other side. Ah, sure, look it. What a sight to behold. Beautiful. Sliding door. Oh, that's very pretty now. Right, we like that. We like that. Yeah, she probably needs hydraulics. Now, with the winch system then, yes, there she is. And depending on, so with the winch variant Taog, I think this is removed. That center column. If I'm not mistaken, they actually had like a leg or something, they'd lock it in, and there was a clip on either side. I could be wrong on that. I'll do my homework on it. Memory serves me, there wasn't, there was something that they would place in themselves and lock it. Like what you see like on a trailer. You know, like a curtain-sider trailer. I mean, look at the space you have in here. Absolutely incredible. Alright, so we have all our options for opening and closing and removing stuff from here. Pre-flight and covers, click of a button, everything goes back on again, look. So that's handy. Remove all those. Doors, hoist and cargo. So, nice. So we can open everything. Oh, yes. That's pretty cool. Or we can close everything. And then we have a rescue hoist. SAR inactive. So if we had a rescue hoist, well, we can probably use the cargo rope. I'm trying to remember what the lads used to have. It was about, memory serving, it was about 150 feet, I think. Or was it? Yeah, it was about 100 to 150 feet. That's what the lads would operate from. The Dauphin used to come in. They did it with the Alouette as well. But whenever there was a wedding on in Baldonnel, they used to fly them down to the officers' mess, hover, lower the winchman down with a bottle of milk tray and a bottle of champagne, and he'd run over and give them to the bride and groom. Couldn't tell the taxpayers, of course. You know, they'd be given out. But that's what they used to do for weddings in Baldonnel. It's brilliant. Patrick Doyle, yes, it's out there. It's out there. Indeed it is. So there are doors and hoists. Cockpit, exterior. I love all these options. I love this tablet, man. It's awesome. Absolutely awesome. Now, if it yeah, they didn't close. We need to close these. I wonder what they flap off and break. Let's not find out. Right, ramble around here and get these closed. Riot! There now, Betsy. Give a click spot here. Oh, man. What a machine. Heli tow cart. This is kind of pretty cool. So, if you're in a hangar maybe, if you're on a boat. Oh, look at that. We can move this. That's class. That's very good, isn't it? It was grand until I tipped it over. On ground, ready. So, basically, if you wanted to tow your chopper out of the hangar, that's pretty cool, isn't it? 250 to 300 feet according to the Google. Ooh. To turn you into the wind for start and takeoff. 100%. User guides. Flight manual. That's where you can download it. We have it open. Emergency procedures. Key binds are important. Right. Cyclic lateral. They should all be automatically programmed. Have I any movement on controls? I wonder, does this have to be done beforehand? Like, do some of our default heli controls, will they work? I wonder. Lieutenant Bob is here. Good to see you. So let's look at our VPC. TTM heli. Yes. So these are default helicopter controls. I just want to see, have I to put them in a second time? Because you ain't responding to inputs, but then again, nothing should move because of no hydraulic power in there. You physically can't actually move the controls. I tried it in a Dauphin. Unless the pneumatics or the hydraulics are working, you physically can't move the stuff. You know what I mean? Energizer, I've asked. Don't worry, I've asked. So right, we'll figure that one out now in a second before we need to start binding everything. One thing is critical though. We have to bind the trim release. Right? The trim release. So let's have a look now. On release, alternator, three-way switches. Right. So in my little notes, these are the buttons we need to do. We need a trim release. So I wonder can I do it from here? Let's see, do we do it from in here, right? Trim release, we'll call it. Yeah. So we're going to go down to our VPC. So we have A65 trim release, press release, or set helicopter. No, okay. So press, release, or toggle. We need the release, isn't it? So there's a button. And that's right. That goes there. Right. Next, beep trim. Beep trim. Now the beep trim is mandatory. That's for your 4-way, is it? Fine altitude trim adjustments. Right. For trim adjustments, we're going to use this guy down here. We're going to select our mongoose. So trim up. Trim right, trim left, trim down. Okay, that's all sorted there. Where is this now? Coupler release, quick autopilot disconnect. You're called coupler. Didn't like that. Coupler FD uncouple. Here we go. Activate or release. It's basically an autopilot disconnect. No. Wrong device. Right, that'll do there. Go around on our collective. Go around. What I like about this, you'll actually see come up. See this AS65 autopilot go around. So it's you're getting an idea of what everything is here. This should be on the collective for a go around button. Where my understanding is it gives us more power. Right. Let's hit this fella here. There we go. Next, hoist up, hoist down. Yes, we will want that. Right. So when it comes to hoist down, release, press, release. We'll figure out what these are. So hoist down. Where do I want this now? Hoist down and hoist up. And I'm just mapping these to buttons on my joystick and stuff, so it just means, yeah, that's what I can do here, right? Searchlight on and off, and then we have our direction buttons, and then we can go firefighting. So we can add more, but these would be the essential controls that you would need to do. Have a look at the manual. You can see it in here as well. But basically what I've done, your trim release, the beep trim, your flight director uncouple, go around. You also have AS hold. Oh, jeez, we want that. AS hold. AS hold. That's AAS hold. AS hold. What does this do? Cyclic button. AS hold. We'll give this a button here now as well for the sheer crack of it. There we go. Maybe I already gave that one. Right, that'll do. That'll do. Right, there are buttons. Consider our buttons buttoned for the moment, right? Emergency procedure, key binding. So it's all here in the documentation using this this tablet, this TFB or T-pad, right? That's where we'll get all of that. Gameplay. So reduced trim sensitivity, designed for gamepads or smaller controls. So think of that as a way to kind of gently push you into it. A spring-centered cyclic. Important for handling. So this, I'm using a spring-centered joystick, right? Most of you are going to be using, unless you're using the Moza gear, it's going to be spring-centered, all right? Fly through off. I don't know what that does. Manual. And let's do is check the manual. And we're going to go fly through. Okay. You can fly through the forces to maneuver. So what's this now? Attitude hold layer, automatic stabilization. So your ASE, it holds a stored attitude reference. The reference can be updated in one large and immediate step using the trim release button, or in several small steps using the cyclic beak trim coolie hat. You can fly through the forces to maneuver and recenter to return to the stored reference. I'm unsure, do we want that? Fly through disengagement. Fly through, moving the cyclic against the trim loads actuates the load sensing contact in the trim actuator. This is where I think it's going to be similar to like Airbus. Yeah, it auto trims as you move it, so you don't need to keep your hand there. However, if you want to start moving your cyclic again, you're going to be fighting against the autopilot, so you would disengage your trim release, right? Fly through though. This is simulated by detecting cyclic deviation from a reference datum set and the TR button is released. If enabled, a blue LED on the main instrument panel lights up whenever fly through is recognized. Coupler release on cyclic quickly drops all higher order modes. Mode replacement, selecting a different mode. I reckon we turn it on. Oh no, disable it. No, we won't disable it. We'll leave it on, right? Avionics, additional AFCS help lights. Additional. But our AFCS stuff is down here, so what if we turn this on? Oh, here we go. Here, look. So your pitch, roll, and yaw. These will light up depending on what we're doing with our controls. So if we're in the cockpit, we'll know if we're moving right, left, yawn. These extra lights, these look like they're additional kit. They're not in the real aircraft from I know. But we can use them. Taogs have put them in there to help us because it even says additional help lights. Airframe vibration, yes, we want that there, right? Live activity airspeed on down here, and then our screen brightness. Okay, that's gameplay. Weight and balance. I love the menu. Right, we need to be careful of our overall weight. The load, we're in pounds. I wonder, can we put this into old money? Fuel pounds. Presets, cargo, load cargo. I wonder, can we put this into kilos? Maybe not. Menu. Go back to the menu. Exterior. Nothing else in there. Gameplay. Nothing else in there. Okay. Mr. TPHI, good to see you, buddy. Doors, host, weight and balance. It just says fuel pounds. That's okay. We'll stick to pounds. So, Taog, I wonder, can you put in like a kilos conversion on this? Says you, yeah, Murphy already had one. You just can't see it. You know, those lights are for FTR and fly through. Okay. Hey, Shadow 6, good to see you. Surviving the apocalypse, good to see you. They will just use the hydraulic test to confirm. Okay, sweet. All right, okay, so fuel and cargo. Left tank, we're full of fuel. Additional tank we're not going to use. Okay, we're full of fuel. Now, what was our max takeoff weight in pounds? Let's have a look. Maximum takeoff weight. Max takeoff weight. Yes. Our operations, emergency procedures, quick reference key. Okay, here we go. Max takeoff weight. $9,370. Total weight. So we're at full weight. Switch on battery connectors to connect external power before refueling. Oh, I like this. Nate, good to see you, bud. Right, before we do anything, so landing gear is in the down position. We need to remove him. Where will it store it? They had a hook or something here, didn't they? Oh, they did. Look, it's around the parking brake. Sweet. Okay, landing gear is in the down position. We haven't touched any of that jazz. So let's have a look here now. So inverters. We're going to be using both of these. And then we have our hydraulics test. Right. Battery on. Battery on. Now, let's have a look here. So hydraulic test. Okay, what's the beeping? Is it the alarm? Okay, so the battery is on. Test servo for our landing gear pump. Power loss 1 and 2. That's all fine. Avionics, they come on fairly quick. Gens off, hydraulics are off, servos are off. That's all fine. Okay, fire test up. Fire light on engine 1, grand. Fire fail test, fail, grand. Fire test engine 2, fail, grand. Okay, reset our alt. On up here, hydraulic isolator, turn it on. Right, there's our warning lights coming on. Normal, right? Interior lights, cabin lights for the crack, notice lights, position lights coming on. Recorder test. Ice, demisting, hot mic, step, don't worry. Oh, they're the steps. Open. Oh, nice, look at that. I'm unsure did the Aircore have them. I could be wrong. Maybe they did. But it's effectively, it's a little switch that opens the steps. That's deadly, isn't it? Somebody tell him that he has to assign the same button for both press and release and set the release 1 without input repetition. Okay. Taog, there's a bit of a delay between YouTube versus Twitch, so if I'm not as quick responding, that's all. Where is this now? So assign the same button for both press and release and set the release 1 without input. Okay. Is that for all buttons, I wonder? Let's find out. Search by input. So trim release. Downloading Dauphin now. Hammer Nails, good to see you. If you could spell now, lads, that would really help, wouldn't it? Okay, so he's saying we need a press and release. And set the release 1 without input. So here's release and make sure there's no input repetition. Right? So that's the trim one. It's just for the trim release. Okay, Roger. Thank you. Right, so hang on. Okay, just tiny movements there, so that's okay. Now, hydraulics. Bypass inverters. Gens go on. Normal or bypass and then test. But I don't think we can move this. Okay, they're moving. There's a cyclic and collective. Right, they're all moving, so they're working. Brilliant. Now, let's have a look. So, fuel, we're going to say reduce to 75 and 75. Okay. It's instant, I imagine. All right, so we're finished with him for the moment. How do we disappear you? Have you a button on top? You do? Right. I love that tablet, man. That's real good. Real good. All right, okay, so we're looking down here. Nothing I need to worry about. Nothing here I need to worry about. Collective is there. Lights are all okay. Transponder. I think that's screen flickering, lads. This is just from frame gen, I'd say. Okay. And this stuff can come on once we have engine startup. Right, so to start this machine, let's have a now look. Emergency float switch. Press float. Okay, so they're clicked, so that arms it. And then you press them and she blows. Right, okay. Jesus, there's floats and everything on this. Right, let's have a look up here. That's all good, that's all good. Fuel. Okay, so fuel, we're going to add some fuel in. So left side is for engine 1. Okie dokie. Let's go back to our overhead. These are all lights. Pitos, that's all fine. Pito. Sand filter, interesting. ATC, wipers. Engine 1 or engine 2 crank. Not sure, is that the crack? Hydraulic isolation, that's fine. I'll leave that where it is. Alright. And let's see then if this is going to do what I wanted to do. power loss. Engine hydraulics. I wonder how we done everything right here. Gyros are okay. Fuel's coming in. That's if we had a different tank. That's our transfer pump, right? Inverters are on. Gens are on. Gens aren't doing nothing for the moment. Yeah, I think we're looking good. What do you reckon? Set control on... And set control on release for the release. Set control on release. On release. Yes, that makes sense. Stand by. I appreciate you coming in to help us, man. I'd have been completely... Well, you know what I'm like, right? Trim, release. Jesus, Murphy, can you not? Come on, Sim, you can do it.
Hello there.
Okay, so trim, release, set control on release. Right, that appears to be right now. Hulk Dogan, great name. What you gonna do, brother? Alright, so... Perfect. So the idea being, Taog, what you're saying to me is, we press the trim release and hold it. That appears to be working now. Right, okay. Excellent. What's this? We don't know what that is. Right, okay. Right, lads, it's either going to scream at us or it'll work. One or the other, right? Shall we see what happens? Hopefully Tay doesn't, like, completely, like, be disgusted. Let's just double check the movement on these. Okay, so... Okay, so closed, and then we have, like, an idle position. And it'll click. Let's see what happens here. So we're going to press and hold this. We're going to be watching our NF, our N2, and then once our speed gets up to about 40%, I think we let go of the igniter, and the engine should be able to figure it out itself, and we just advance it forward, right? So, to infinity and beside. There's 30%. Right, there's 40. Forward, slowly. Keep her going. We should get some sort of an alarm here in a second. Easy. Don't cook the engines. NF just needs to go higher. There we go. That's the governor taking over, I'd say. Okay, quick check on all our systems. You're looking good. You're looking good. Overspeed, I'll probably shag that now because that's probably accelerated too high. Alright, we'll learn about this in a second. Sound is beautiful, isn't it? Sound is beautiful. Okay, we'll go the right side. I imagine what happened there, I advanced that too far forward. I'm a little bit worried that we got an overspeed here. We'll find out. So this guy goes into that idle. There it is there. If you have these two in axes, it would work a lot easier for you. But let's see what happens. Right, engine 2, we must be having you. Oh man, that takes me back. The shakes are really good. Hey, yous are good to see you. Am I using a physical collective? Negative. Just a joystick for now. Now I overspeed. Oh no, we're okay. We're just advancing this to keep an eye on the temperature. And we'll probably get another warning here now in a second. Oh, Betsy. Okay, they're good. Autopilot. Steps are open. Oh yeah, we need to fix that. Right, let's see. Let there be life. Lane 1 and lane 2. Okay, that step switch is up here. Pedo's coming on. Steps close. Annunciator panel is now looking good. Stick on our DME. Flight director on. Landing light on. Let's have a quick check up here now. Lighting's good. Anti-collision come on. Air conditioning. Nice. I think we also have internal lights. Yeah, we do. And we've air conditioning and, well, vents. Oh, look, you can turn them on and off from there, look. Ah, deadly. Just put your mouse towards the back of them and bring them up, you know. Alright, let's have a listen to these sounds. Are we ready now? Mind your ears. Oh, lads, that sound. Well, this sounds very good. Alright, okay. Let us attempt to try and maneuver the thing and see what happens. Landing light is on, so we can see from my annunciator panel everything's working the way I want. If I have any input, yeah, that's all working. Trim release, roll, and then yaw. So if you actually look at the chopper, right, we're leaning ever so slightly left, which is my understanding because of that French connection, as they call it. When we apply power using our collective, right, the aircraft, because of the torque, she's going to try and go nose left. We need to counter that, but also we need to roll right to counter the Fenestron from literally pushing the chopper to the left. You always see a Dauphin, the Irish ones anyway. I haven't seen the other ones. You always see these kind of hunkering slightly right in a hover, right? Hey, Strap is here. Good to see you. So let's see what that does. Now we've other buttons down here. What's this? Nose wheel free, and then a parking brake. Nose wheel free. We'll figure out what that does. Parking brake off. I have a button for that. Didn't like it. Press the button. Now, let's add the tiniest little bit of collective. I wonder, does that need to be off? That doesn't seem right. We'll keep it pushed down for the moment and see what happens, right? Now, I'm going to turn on me Toby. Whenever it wants to work. Come on now, Betsy, you can do it. It wants to work, but it just won't work. There we go. And we'll see what happens. Liam, thank you for the follow. This is all a balancing act, so you put in tiny inputs. Man, look at the compass shaking. So very small inputs are now coming in. There's a little bit of movement. We'll counteract the push. And we want to kind of stay in ground effect. That'll make life a little bit easier. Easy now. Get ourselves a couple of feet into the air. Easy now, easy now. Easy. Okay, she can move. Taog, I've another question. Do you see the landing light on the front? Is there a switch for two of those, or did you build only one of them? If that makes sense. Because I remember the aircar had two lights on the front. Just use trim release for pickup, yeah. Man, it feels really good. Without trim release, you're fighting it. You put in trim release, it's very fluid, man. Very fluid. Patrick, yeah, we'll go into all that now in a sec. Ooh, careful now. Easy does it. Easy does it. For now, there's only one. Depends on the variant. Ah, okay. That's okay. Easy now. Very small movements required, and this this trim release is definitely a new challenge. I'm liking it. Alrighty, easy now. Easy. Straighten ourselves up here a bit. Just a very slight lean, rolling right, just to kind of keep you... Because otherwise, if I try and level everything off, she's naturally going to push me to the left. See that? That's what the real machine does. Gregor, it absolutely does. Can think about adding in an update. Oh, dude, this is amazing. This is really, really nice. All right. Let's see what you can do. Easy now. Speed's coming up. Gear up. Easy. Try some of these trim settings. Woohoo, easy now, Betsy. Right, coming out over Sagarth and Rathcoole here. Torque is okay in the 80s. Knots. Oh, the sounds are good, aren't they? Alright, easy now. Easy. I wonder about the trim release. That's easier. I want to kind of relax the cyclic just to see how she behaves this way. Because what I'm used to in with flight sim, when it comes to like your trim, it's your longitudinal and lateral trims. This is different. This is very nice. Oh, Shane, good to see you, buddy. Right, how does she look and sound? That's it. Interesting. So my landing gear bind doesn't work. I wonder have I to put in a manual key bind for the landing gear. I imagine I do. Okay, so the landing gear is an issue. Let's fix that. Okay, so gear up or gear down? Input repetition, no. Input repetition, no. Let's see if this fixes it. Try landing on a helipad, right? There is a special one for the... Okay, I'll go back into that. We can do it manually, but it's nice having these things kind of bound, you know what I mean? Landing, right, let's fix this. Set control on release. Landing light. So there's a toggle landing gear. Gear up or gear down? Way down the list. I don't see it. Try landing on oil rigs. Oh, we'll give it a bash for sure. I'm just trying to think though, for the landing gear. Haha! AS gear down, right? And make sure its input repetition is off. And gear up. And make sure that's turned off. Hopefully this isn't an override. Gear down. Gear up. Alright, okay, we solved that one. Deadly. Alright. How are we looking? We're in the clouds now. Trim release. Woohoo! It's when you hit the trim release, it's like it literally hands the helicopter back over to you. This is nice. And now we'll turn it back on again. And let's just... It'll try and find it, see that? This is actually a superb way to fly. This is deadly. Oh yeah. What you think? It's a really good question, Chalk. Or Chalk. So that is a good question. Like, why have custom control binds versus the default sim ones? Like, I imagine it's because the aircraft is capable of far more than just kind of default helicopter controls. Because it uses either the 3-axis or 4-axis autopilot, depending on the variant that you're going for. Do you know what I mean? Interesting question, though. Let's check out her night lighting, shall we, for the crack? I mean, Would you look at the state of this? What have we got up here now? So anti-collision, cabin lights, panel lights, overhead. These are all nice and bright, right? Air conditioning is off, anti-collision lights, demisting, right? They're all fine. And then these kind of big spill lights behind us, and turn those off. Now, I saw from the trailer, Taog actually put in... Oh, Jesus, that's lovely. Look. Oh, that's very pretty, isn't it? Mugan is here. Good to see you. Taog did put in the... whatchamacallit? The night vision. But I don't think that's working yet with chase plane, is it? I don't think so. We'll try it. Night vision. Right control and N. Yeah, I don't think chase plane can handle that, man. Like, if I turned off chase plane, that's just something that I'd love to see chase plane lads being able to do. Open this for a second. Now, if I disable this, Lord knows where my view is. Jesus. Right, I didn't like that. I'll turn you back on. Let's go to here. And turn you off again. Now, let's see. Can we use this? No, but can we use that? Right control and N. Ew, very fancy look. Now, let's just see. Is this still shagged in chase plane? Oh no, they got it working. Brilliant. Ah, lads, this is the cat's meow now. Look. So it's now working. Look at this. Or if you go outside, I don't think it works outside, but inside you have this. Isn't that absolutely deadly? Look at that, man. Put it with Track or with Toby. Man, you gotta love it. So I just have that as a keybind. Control N turns it on, and N turns it off. Isn't that class? Doesn't work in external view. Wouldn't be worried about that. I mean, you want this as you're flying, you know what I mean? Hey, old veteran is here. Good to see you. Now, chase plane has its own night vision mode. Haven't seen that. That'd be under what? That'd be under preferences. Night vision, is it? Night vision. Search controls. Control profile? Is it in here, lads? I know it has I know it has a flashlight mode. Yeah, I don't see it there. More views. Flashlight disabled. Oh, naughty gnome! Naughty gnome, you mad devil. 5 gifted tier 1 subs going out to the community. Cheers, buddy. Lads, if you got a tier 1 sub on Twitch, with thanks to Naughty Gnome, do be sure to say thank you. The man is a legend. Do we like this? Isn't that just the cat's meow, isn't it? Look at that. That's excellent. And what you might think is a very simple feature to... I know Microsoft put it in natively, but like, when a developer realizes, hey, we can have this, I mean, this is a game changer. Right. Let's see, can we return back to the Dawn. We're over Dublin Airport at the moment. So let's see what happens. So we're going to fly it back to Bal. We'll shut her down, and then we're going to start her up again and see what happens. So we're kind of going the right way. In terms of speed, 110 knots. Interesting. Right, so we'll take off the... Oh, Jesus. Trim release. Would this be a good helicopter to start with? I would say so, Stu. And the reason being is you have a lot of options, right? And because you have the... like, it's a very stable platform. It's a very stable helicopter. Watch your speed. Jesus. There's buttons going on now, lads, at an alarming rate. Right, let's not pass 180 knots because you can really feel the chopper trying to fight you. Have you bound the trim release special for the Dauphin? It's like the gear. Yes, Apache, 100%. It's its own separate button for trim release. So it's not using the Microsoft default ones at all. Which is fine. Because at the end of the day, when you're going to be using, like, if we were to put this into a hover, for example, or we wanted to be very manual on how we want to fly the aircraft, then you release the trim and you just fly the thing normally. However, if you're just want to be flying stable flight, again, lads, think of this like Airbus. I've now engaged the trim, and she's a little bit kind of rough taking it on, but like I'm hands off now, and she's managing to hold that attitude. That's fantastic, you know what I mean? I think the 145 is in it. Am I making use of the beep trim? I am not. So, where did I put that? Their views. Let's have a look. Okay, so here's my trim, because I can affect where the chopper's going. Is that what you mean by that one, Shadow 6? Should you hear... Now, stupid question, but I'm Murphy, I'm allowed to ask them. You don't hear the beep, sure you don't. Beep trim is effectively giving you very finite controls for adjusting trim whilst in AFCS mode. Would I be right in saying that? So if I wanted to like tell the chopper to attitude up, that, like, I'm not touching my cyclic here. This is all coming in from the beep trim. So that's my understanding. Yes, she works that way. Viper, I nearly fell for that. Beep trim basically commanding where the heli should point. Ah, okay, sweet. The 145 does it as well. So if I do this right, she'll actually hold a bank. Would that be right? Yeah, look at that. There should be a beep trim bind for incremental adjustments. Yeah, no, I have that set. I have that 100%. I have it set. So I'm not controlling the cyclic now, look. And it's able to do all of this. So I can maneuver it. Yeah, that's pretty awesome. Man, this is class, lads. This is absolutely brilliant. Alright, so we're gonna, well, keep flying in. The S-76 does similar too, does it? So we're at 100 knots. Just turning in here a little bit. Beardy Sim pilot, I flew a Royal Navy Merlin helicopter sim, and the trim is a game changer. Point where you want, release the trim. The fact that it has it now is incredible. That's what, yeah, I'm trying to explain it to anyone who's like kind of fixed wing pilots in Microsoft Flight Sim. Airbus kind of logic in terms of, you know, when you rotate, you don't need to worry. Like if you're in the Boeing, you hear the trim constantly. The Airbus with fly-by-wire pretty much just holds it and where you pointed it. This is very similar to that. So in terms of being a far more stable platform, especially, okay, there's a lot more going on. 2 engines, the Fenestron is its own challenge, retractable landing gear. But in terms of a learning platform, this is awesome. This is awesome. Is there a way to spawn cold and dark? Yeah, just pick a parking position at an airport. I'll buy this like you've told me to. You can make me an AB6 profile for it. Yes, I will do that, Stu. I'll make 2 AB6 profiles. 100%. Right, we're going to try and take this in for a landing. This is going to be easier said than done. We haven't landed this yet. Now, conventionally, there are 2 ways to land. Conventionally, there are 2 ways in which you can land a Dauphin. Stop, hover, and lower, being very careful of your vortex ring state and also auto rotation and all this jazz. Or you can actually land this kind of like an airplane, 30 knots kind of maximum, and come in on the main landing gear. And you would do that in relatively weather dominant areas such as maybe the wind or density altitude and all this jazz, right? So let's see what we can do here. Murphy's flying. We'll turn this lad back on so I can actually see what I'm doing. We're going to lower the gear. And we're going to wait for the landing gear indicator lights to go green. 3 greens. And we want to drop it back into the ramp here at Val. So we'll watch our speed. Easy does it now. Watch our vertical speed. Keep that nose up, lead off our forward momentum. Easy now. Okay, as we're rolling out, nose up. Lead off a bit more speed. And this is something that catches a lot of people out. You have to be so patient learning choppers. Pinpoint accuracy, it just takes time. There's no other way to do it. Repetition off on Murph. Trim release. Trim release is on, repetition off. I'll go through those settings again now in the menu if you've just joined us and you want to know what the crack is. Okay, so our forward momentum isn't too fast. Vertical speed is alright-ish. We'll come in sideways here. Easy now. Easy now. Gently, gently. Right, back her up a bit. Looking good. Alright, relax everything. Keep your eyes kind of straight ahead. Don't look at the ground directly beneath you. You're just trying to get a gauge of what you're doing. And you're very slowly lowering out that collective. Easy now. Small bit of input and allow it to respond. Back wheels are down. Nose wheel is down. Collective idle. Cyclic idle. Parking brake. I'm going to find a button for that as well. Alright. We're sat comfortably on the ground. And then we'll go through a shutdown. Now you would say this is going to be in reverse. Let's find out together. So we'll come back up here. I love the camera shakes, man. Engine 1 coming back. Into idle. Engine 2 coming back into idle. So now they're both in idle. Fuel pumps, I mean, I don't think you always need the fuel pumps on in this, because there'll be plenty of power from the engine anyway. But we'll see. Right, bring these all the way to home. That's okay. Prop RPM warnings. Now we have a button for that horn, haven't we? There we go. Fuel boosters off. And we'll keep tracking to see what's happening. Autopilot systems lane 1 and 2 coming off. Fuel pumps are already off. Avionics start bringing you guys down. And as I say, it's just that that flicker, I think, lads. I think that's purely from, whatchamacallit, frame gen. Do you know what I mean? Okay, alarm, cancel those again. And back to our overhead. Anti-collision lights, position lights, hot mic demisting. Oh, that's your master switch for lighting. Okay. That's all okay. Pitot heat's coming off. I want I need to. What does cyclic do? What does this one do? So we want to go back to our overhead panel because this is the first time I've gotten to touch this machine, and it's, do you know what? It's feckin' gorgeous. Taog's hangar, you've hit a home run at this, man. This is gorgeous. That's a H865. I want the other one. We'll scroll up here, try to find it. And it's gas. As soon as we figured out this one, right, we have to learn the other one. Brilliant. Brilliant. Cold Nebo, thank you very much indeed. Cheers, bud. Now, cyclic number 22. Trim feel. Cyclic trim feel switch. Trim feel. I wonder what that is. Is that similar to what we had in the Vulcan in terms of what sort of response you're getting through the cyclic itself? Would that be it? No? Does that mean we can't feel it? Do you know what I mean? Turning trim feel off is like holding down force trim released all the time. Ah, right. Because I'm looking at the switch and she won't pop out. So it's as if that's like a hold the trim release in. Yeah? Or is it? Yeah. Alright, okay. So if your hand is getting jaded, would this be a right way of saying it? If your hand is getting tired and you're going to be in very kind of low level flight, maybe hovering, you can bind that as a master switch to say, I don't want to be using my finger to press and hold the trim release. I just want to use the mat, so it turns it off. That's kind of interesting. Right, we need to set our parking brakes. What else do we need to do? Rotor brakes. Now, what are these? Fuel shut-off valve. That's a rotor brake. Now, there's all sorts of fancy... Like, you can't engage these over certain speeds. Right side is still running. Why is that? Interesting. You could, but it leads to a floppy stick in real life, which can be dangerous for obvious reasons. So the wind and every... Yeah. Cool that it's there, though, isn't it? Is that fully on now? It is. That is the rotor brake, isn't it? I have hardware bound for a rotor brake. Alright, back to the manual. What does that big yellow gadget do? Are we all kind of up to date so far? We are. I suppose these would be under fuel valves or engine start valves, would they? It'd be cool to check out the fuel transfer system as well. I've had 3 CTDs when selecting a Dauphin livery. Oh no. Soaring AJ. So here, try this for me, buddy. If you've just downloaded it, go into your content manager. Right? Go into your content manager. I want you to download the aircraft locally to your own PC. So download it and install it. Restart the sim and then see what happens, just in case. I'm trying to think here with the what's the autopilot? Well, we can just search for a rotor brake. Rotor brake control. Okay, so I don't know is that it. Don't know is that it. So my question here is that the rotor brake? There's a big heavy spring in it. I mean, it has to be, doesn't it? Okay, my hardware will override that anyway, so that's all grand. So we'll come on down here and we shall say gens off. Inverters now. Oh, what's TRF? That's interesting. And then batteries. What a machine, though. I mean, lads. What a machine. Isn't it absolutely gorgeous? Right, so we're going to load up here again. I'm going to go through... are you still pressing the starter? No, no. Taog, that's the rotor brake, buddy, isn't it? We fuel shut-off valves here. TRF totally running on fumes. Transfers power from a failed inverter to the other bus. TRF transfers power from a failed inverter. So you would be doing that, we say... Oh, is it part of a two-stage system? No? Would you engage TRF with the shed bus? Or just the shed bus, it's automatic. Boom, it turns off what it doesn't need. It's really interesting. Right, now, time of day again. Bring it up now a little bit brighter, because we're going to fly this machine down to Shannon, lads. We're going to go for a bit of a flight here, all together as a group, right? All together as a group. So let me just turn on multiplayer. Now, this is a day one release, so if there is anything kind of weird when it comes to multiplayer and all the jazz, we shall try not to get too excited, right? Look at the state of it, though. A big ride, and it's like even the pressures on the tires sitting down, like that's incredible, isn't it? Absolutely incredible. Right, so we'll give our old multiplayer pal, Buddy O'Pal, a moment to kick into life. We should start seeing people here now shortly. So we're on the ground at Casement Aerodrome. ICAO code is Echo India Mike Echo. And we're going to go multiplayer, and we're going to do a flight from Baldonnel. We're going to head down to Shannon to see what the crack is going to be like down in Shannon, right? I just want to make sure now that all is well in the realm. Settings, online, multiplayer, tis on. Sometimes the sim does this. Would someone mind terribly inviting me to a multiplayer group that you're here, if you're in the sim, right? If you're in the sim, just invite me. It's a way of overriding when the thing kind of times out. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's that was a good one now. It's about to get 200 requests. Hey, Chunky, good to see you. Group invitation. Get up there now, Jemima. Ah, Jesus. Who's in? Toto, first in, best dressed. Right. Resume. Give this a second and we should see a wild Toto and multiplayer aircraft. We hope, at least. Because I'm all on me lonesome. Aha! Success! Things appeared and disappeared. Brilliant. Cheers, Toto. Right, now if I leave the group... The suspense is killing me. If I leave the group, right? Confirm. Sometimes my genius, right? Oh, bring up that weather a little bit, and our actual weather will change it, right? Ali Dobb, good to see you. I've had the same problem with Freeze and CTD when changing the variant in the menu. Also can't download it. It gets to 80%, then back to 50, stuck in a loop. Ali, restart the sim, turn it on again, and try the manual download. All right. Starring AJ, let me know how you get on. Also, Chunky, good to see you, buddy. We're going to be setting this up soon with the AB6, because there's profiles we're going to put into this thing, man. This is going to be awesome, right? This is going to be awesome. So let me do something like this. Wind speed, bring it right down. And the time of day, bring it back to like mid-morning, afternoon, right? And we're going to see loads of different liveries. Ah, look at the collection of Dauphins. Brilliant. So what I'm going to do, lads, I'm just going to run to the little boys' room. I'll be back in about 14.7 seconds. So don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. We're going to go through our control settings to just make sure everyone's ready to rock, and then we'll start our little adventure down to Shannon. So please stand by. We'll be back with you in a moment, and we'll play a bit of sure, we nearly have to and all that jazz, don't we? Say, look at the state of that. Shocking. Secretly Irish dancing there in the background. You didn't know about it though, right? Right, brilliant. So we have a number of aircraft around us, absolutely deadly, and we're going to be doing a flight, as I said, down to Shannon. So we'll open up some Navigraph. We're also going to mess around with some SayIntentions with this as well. We're going to try and do some SkyOps in a little while. Once we get down to Shannon, I kind of see us flying out over the cliffs of Moher, out that neck of the road, right? So it's a flight from Baldonnel down to Shannon. We're going to follow the M7. Right, the roadway here as best we can, down by Portlaoise, Roscrea, Nina, and then down into Limerick, and then over to Shannon, right? So 96 nautical miles, and that is what we're going to do. So I'm happy enough with that. Just to go back through my control settings for this aircraft, all right? So a couple of things. If you just got the aircraft, there are a couple of control binds you need to do. They're not just advisory, you know, or adversary. Test pilot, thank you very much indeed. 51 months, man. Thank you very much. You need to do these control inputs. And remember, if you're going to be changing hardware, like I will be doing, over to the AB6, we'll have to do it again. Right? So be that as it may. So the main ones we need to do, I have my own little notes. Taog's Hangar have put together an excellent 117 pages of a manual for everything it is that we need to know, right? I've also made my own little kind of companion, kind of helper gadget over here, right? And I'll make this available to everyone. I've done it for the stream to help me with the stream, but where is this now? I want to go to the main controls. These are the main ones, right? Let's see here now. Essential. These are essential, right? Is it worth starting with blank profiles? Maybe not. No, I mean, if you have a heli profile, you're laughing, right? But these are the main ones we need to activate, right? Rick Engineering, thank you very much indeed for 10 months. Cheers, buddy. So everything that is in the Taog's Hangars manual, it's all the information is there. I just took out a few bits and pieces to kind of, accelerate the process to get you started. But go back to the manual because there's tons of information. Taog's go into explaining as to why these things are, right? But anyway, 2 things you need to be aware of. 1, don't use custom departure on the ground shutdown. It breaks the aircraft's correct system initialization. So make sure you pick a normal cold and dark starting position, i.e. a parking spot at an airport. Otherwise, if you just click anywhere, you'll be flying or you'll be at the runway, right? And everything is set up for you. So just be aware of that. It's a known sim limitation or a bug, right? The essential control bindings. What we need to do, we need to have trim release. It's mandatory, and I'll show you that. The beep trim, that's what we were talking about this in a moment ago. This was allowing me to use, basically I have a thumbstick here in my hardware. That allowed me to go trim up, trim down, trim left, trim right. If you're using the Microsoft Flight Sim default bindings, you have things like lateral and longitudinal trim. They're not going to be detected here, so you have to set up new ones, right? You have a coupler release, that's your flight director. Think of this as a quick autopilot disconnect. Single button, right? A go around switch, the AS hold toggle, and then if you want to be controlling your hoist, searchlights, and your cargo or Bambi bucket, you would want to be binding those as well. These are essential ones. Bind them before you do anything else, and then there's tons more you can bind just to give you all the controls where you need it, right? Where you need it. So I'll put that over here, and I'm going to show you what I've done and the settings, because shout out to Taog's. I think I started calling them Togs before. But anyway, what we need to do here, lads, you select your hardware you want to change on the left-hand side. This is the hardware, so what device? It's over on the left-hand side. This is the VPC stick that I'm using at the moment. My Mosa gear, as I said, is on another desk. Trim release. So we're going to type in trim. TRIM release. So we're going to find, see where it has AS65 trim release, right? That's telling you this is for that specific aircraft. So we have trim release press and trim release release. You bind this to the same button, the very same button. Trim, release, press and release are going to be the same button, but we need to configure the settings. So hit the little gear. On your trim release press, input repetition is on, right? On your trim release, input repetition is off, and it says set control on release is on. Are we happy enough with that? I think that's correct. That's what Taog said. So if it's wrong, we'll blame him. Right? So there are your two. Trim release press, trim release release. Make sure the trim release release has no input repetition and set control on release. All right, we happy enough so far? Next up then, we want to have the 4-way beep trim. So we're going to go over to here and type in beep trim. Same story again. I need to select the right hardware, so I'm going to go with the Mongoose. That's my throttle system, right? And I have trim down, up, left, right. So when I press these buttons, that's going to adjust the trim in the aircraft for up, down, left, or right. And it's class when it does this. It makes flying this thing way more easier. Way more easier. All right? Don't worry about input repetition or any of that jazz here. They're absolutely fine. Your FD uncouple, flight director, right? So we'll type in flight director. It's probably a different name. We're looking for AS, so we'll just type in AS65. This will give you a list of everything, right? I don't know why it bugs out doing that. So we have a button here. It's FD release. Where are you? See this FD release? You need that. AS65 autopilot flight director release. AP FD release. You need that, right? Then your autopilot go around. You need that. Then we have the APAS hold. Now I wonder, does that need a release as well? Maybe Taog can confirm, right? Still in the menus. I left an hour ago. I know we did a quick flight. We're coming back though. We also have the hoist. So let's see, can we find the hoist? Here we go. So I've hoist down and hoist up. 14, I don't even know where to put these. 14 and 16. So they're on these up and down buttons on my joystick, so I know where they are, right? And then the landing gear, it has its own landing gear. So we'll go into the Mongoose and we'll find where we have it. So gear down, gear up. The normal toggle, you can toggle it, but the default Microsoft Flight Sim landing gear toggle doesn't work. It didn't like it. All right. Then you can add more things for the likes of your searchlight, and see your landing light. Like you've tons of options here. Turn on and off the searchlight. Then you can say searchlight left, right, up, down. You can do all that. Move your searchlight. That's going to be friggin' awesome, right? Where could I put that into? Have I like another hat switch over here? I do. Okay, so hang on. Searchlight left. No. That's not the right button, so. Right. Down. Up. So I've just set these now. Let's see if this works, right? And then you can have a master switch to turn that on as well. Same with your starters or your igniters, if you want. But the ones I've just gone through, lads, you must have those. You'd be lost without those. Now, someone was asking me about my sensitivity. I'll go into my joystick. This is my X-axis. X is lateral. I have a tiny bit of sensitivity minus in both, right? And a tiny bit of dead zone in both. That's what I use there. My Y-axis, which is your longitudinal, I have a much bigger dead zone, and sensitivity is also increased. Mainly, I don't want the thing to be too sensitive. This is going to depend on your own hardware, of course, but my X and Y axes, I always bring the sensitivity down a smidgen, and I increase the dead zone. Just means that if I accidentally hit off it, it doesn't actually, you know, whoop, the whole thing goes sideways. You know what I mean? So that's what I do there. All right. I don't bother with other sensitivities on other sliders. You could probably do something on your rudder pedals if you wish. You know. I heard the beep trim is just up the road from Leitrim, right? How do you get the font size that small? Says Peter. What, in the menus, Peter? It's probably just the resolution, man. This is whatchamacallit, it's in 4K, so it could be, you know. Mr. TPHI, good to see you. He goes, owning this helicopter would be another great reason to have another stream deck. 100%. If you had a stream deck, you can make that yourself, right? You can use like X's and O's or Axes and O's, or you can use SPAD. Pretty sure someone's going to come out with a full profile, but if you had a stream deck for this, that would be excellent, right? Was the APAS whole set on release or press? Stand by. We'll find it here somewhere. Press. It's on press. I'm doing my own SPAD profile at the moment for the wind control stuff. It's a lot of bindings. Yeah. That's what I'll be doing if I get it. You'll get it, Stu. But yeah, like if you can put this on a stream deck and think about it, like you'll be able to put the friggin' icon as to what it is, press that button. Ash, are brilliant. Do you know what I mean? Stream decks are brilliant for, you know, as flight sim hardware goes. Stream decks are excellent. I highly recommend a Stream Deck Plus because you get the rotary dials. That's great for like radios and lights and all this jazz. Your autopilot heading and all, you know what I mean? That's all absolutely class. Right, so the plan of attack here is, can we remember how to start this machining as we change the time of day? It's very cloudy or something, is it? Yeah, we'll leave it to around kind of middle of the day. Our little chrono down here is freaking out. Right, so to bring up our tablet, you have a click spot on the top of the dash. Get this to the Stream Deck XL. Oh, yeah. Right, so our cockpit options here. If we want to go ahead and change our avionics unit, we can. I have the PMS50 installed, so we'll use that GTN, right? Headset. That'll, like, it's headphone simulation. Or you can use the Asobo EFB. Interior lights then, if we want, we can turn on the map lights and the cabin lights. We can do that from above, right? So that's that. Our exterior equipment, so we can fit in a high intensity searchlight with an infrared filter if we want, right? A forward looking infrared pod. We can put in some mirrors. Look at that, man. Look what the mirror is. That's class. Mirrors just aren't great in Microsoft Flight Sim. They haven't figured out how to kind of make it work. A front-looking infrared. I mean, look at this state. Look.
Hello there.
That's deadly, isn't it? Charlie, welcome in. External battery cart. Then we have our ground handling stuff, pre-flight covers, fuel jettison system if you want a fuel jettison system, cargo hook, water tank, snow skids, fast rope, and a wire protection kit. This will probably just be on top of the... Yeah, there she be. Wire protection. Vinman, welcome in. Megabyte Gaming, good to see you. So talking to Taog, he said he might add the rescue winch to this variant. That would be absolutely super duper because it's a beautiful... the Air Corps use these in search and rescue roles, right? And look at all the choppers we have here, man. This is awesome. So that's the exterior options. Gameplay options. This is your reduced trim sensitivity. So if you're using something like a gamepad or a much kind of smaller control, maybe turn that on. Won't be as sensitive, right? It's from Taog's Hangar Megabyte. Taog's Hangar. It's awesome. You work on installing the concrete floors in them. Ryan, no way, man. Hayden is here. Good to see you, buddy. Colonel Indiana Longnuts. Yes, always. Always, right? Fly through. I leave it on. We have additional AFCS annunciator lights just to let us know what we're using. Any input, right? Leave them on. And then shake enabled. That gives us all the shake, rattle, and rolls, right? Further on down, we have the intensities when it comes to, well, all the jazz. Turbulence, look. Screen brightness, and that'll do there. And then we have our weight and balance. Now, if we want to change the fuel on board, we got to turn on the battery. The batteries need to be coupled, so we're going to do that first. So to get our batteries up and running, quick check and everything. Overhead is looking good. Rotor brake is disengaged. And we'll go on and turn on our master battery. Landing gear is in the down position, so nothing's going to scream at us. Battery 1 and 2. We'll get our inverters on here as well. Get the gens on so we don't forget about them. And now we'll go into our fuel. So we can top it up. Maximum takeoff weight is 9370. So we'll go 80% in our fuel. And that pretty much loads us in straight away. See, as I'm moving the fuel, see the aircraft respond? So this is an instant refueling. It's instantly putting it in there, lads, right? So let's go 80. One, let's see. There we go. 80 and 80 is in. And we're well within our requirements. All right. So we're finished with the tablet. Click on that. I downloaded the Dauphin, but I'm still getting a CTD when choosing the livery. This doesn't happen with any other plane or helo. You saw me, I didn't get the issue. So, Soaring AJ, another thing to try. So when you go to configure the aircraft, you have variant, livery, weight and balance, and then identification or something, yeah? Try it in this order. When you go to configure the aircraft, pick your configuration, but don't go on to the livery. Load the fuel panel first and then go back into the livery and see if that does it. Just try that, right? So don't do the livery first. Go over to the fuel panel first and then go back into the into the livery. Does that make sense? There could be a bug with the system. Right. Let us... Jesus, we loads of helis coming in here now. If you have Airshow Assistant, at some point is causing CTDs and livery selections too. Aha! Lord Free, thank you for the help on that. Right, so let's get this show on the road. Parking brake is on. Cyclic is at idle. Fuel tanks on the left-hand side coming up. And let's just make sure all our stuff is doing inverters, gens, batteries. That's all okay. That's all okay. We're going to come up on top here now for the moment. We're going to say cabin light and notice is coming on. Anti-collision lights, position lights are on. Demisting steps are closed. Hydraulic isolator is off. Pedo is off. Cyclic control is on. Baron is on +2. My understanding it stays on +2. Wipers are off. ATC normal. Sand filter off. And then the horn, we'll put it on. Because we'll get the low RPM issue, right? Right, okay, let's give this a start and see what happens. So, we need to push this into the idle position until it locks. And then we engage the starter on number 1. Here goes. Fingers crossed. So we're going to look for about 40%, then we can release the igniter and then push that fuel valve slowly forward. Man, this sounds so good. Okay, there's 40%. Now slowly start bringing this guy up. Keeping an eye on temperatures. That'll stop beeping in a moment. Just watch the temperature. We can turn that off if you don't want to. But once we get to sufficient RPM, that should cut out itself. Too hot, easy. I need to put these on an axis. You just have better control, you know what I mean? Alright. Right, that's engine 1 in. I need to put it, you have better control if it's on an axis. Right, fuel pumps for number 2. Okay. Push her into idle. There's like a little D-dent for it. That alarm will get old fairly lively. Yeah, you can turn it off on Muse. If you don't like it, you got the horn switch, just turn it off. Alright, igniter. Once again, we're going to monitor. We're looking for about 40%. Disengage the igniter and push forward the fuel slowly, right? Coming up on 30. There's 40. Start advancing. And let's go handy with this. Nice and easy. We're going to see the RPM coming up. Just watch the temperature as we're doing it. Okay, boat fully forward. These guys are within limits. Get that horn turned back on, because if we hear it, we'll know we'll have a problem, right? Okay, it's giving out about autopilot and torpedoes. Peter heats come on. Autopilot lane 1 and 2 turn on. ADF, nav 1, nav 2, com 2, com 1. We can now use the GTN to control our transponder, because it gives us a 650 in here as well, look. Altitude reporting, back. We'll go terrain here, and we'll go fly plan, casement, over to Shannon, enter, back, map. Now, we did have an option to change our nav mode. So nav 80, oh, here we go. So effectively, we want to put this ticket into GPS mode. So that's nav and course. Flight director is on. Heading mode. No, we don't have heading mode. I wonder, how do we change our CDI? It's grayed out. Oh, she's on GPS. Okay, what do we do there? She's on GPS. Was it because I did this? Yeah. Okay, so course, we put it into nav mode, right? The new Corfu scene is really nice. We'll have to check it out. Murph, is your companion document you reference available over in Discord? It will be shortly, yes. Here, I'll throw it over there now. Is there anything incriminating in this? Hang on. Now lads, friends or fans of Further Learn to Fly, Howard is going to be doing a full tutorial on this aircraft as well next Tuesday the 7th. So make sure you're there for that over on Further Learn to Fly. He'll do a proper deep dive on the chopper as well. Yeah, I think I can share this as is. Stand by. Thanks for that, Muse. Now, where do I put this? I'll put it in pilot ops. I'll put it into the flight plan section. Bear with. Right. They're like my own internal notes, but you'll find them helpful, you know what I mean? Like, where are you? Oosh. Epic Fool, good to see you. I'm only in the door and in and out, but thoughts. Excellent, brilliant. 2 issues with the Irish Air Corps one. The roundel is incorrect on the left, and there's no winch. But Taog said he'll sort them out. So things are just absolutely brilliant, Epic Fool. Brilliant. Oh, do you know I never set me park and brake? Hang on, I need to do that. Mongoose. Oh wait, maybe I did do it. I did do it. Did I? No, I didn't do it. AS365 brake. Interesting, it's not there. Alright. Killed the airshow assistant, problem solved. Soaring AJ, great news. And Lord Freed, thank you very, very much indeed for finding out that problem. Is Taog still here? Is he gone? I'll put it on his Discord. Wait now, wait now. If anyone getting CTD when selecting liveries, make sure you are not using Air Show Assistant. Right, lovely. Alright lads, it's time to fly. We're ready. Let's go off now and do a thing with the yoke. Do one of these. So we're going to head down to Shannon. We're going to head down to Shannon. Squawking lights are on. Park and brake. Released. Alright. Let's reset our tracking. Let's see what happens. Collective coming in. Easing out. Easy. Beautiful machines. Where's Alt Mate going? Look out! Thank you, thank you, thank you. Alright, easy now, running forward. Hey, we've got an Alouette out there as well. Beautiful. Easy does it. Yeah, LOD is quite good. FPS is really good. Really good. Alright, let's transition this one. Gear up. Oh, yeah. Gorgeous. I bet you that's Rex. Oh look, it's Rex. Alright, let's see if we can let the trim release take over now. There she is. Awesome. Right, there's the M7. That's cool. Gain a little bit of altitude, about 1,000 feet. And I'm using the beep trim now to kind of help me along here. Oh, that's very pretty. Beautiful countryside. We're finished with our Toby. Oh, look at the view. Ah, Jesus. Gorgeous. Just downloaded. Jumped in, started runway, it all works, right? Can't confirm I disabled airshow assistant after manual download of the chopper is sorted. It's sweet. Yeah, Ali Dob, thanks to Lord Freet of Flying Fries. He definitely helped us there. Definitely helped us there. Right, so we're going to be following the M7 here. We're still climbing, so I'm going to shout out this rate of ascend. Usually when you're flying this close to Dublin, they don't like you above kind of 2,500. We can climb in a few moments when we get out of their kind of area. But that's pretty good there now. Level flight. Man, this trim is absolutely gorgeous. Landing light we're finished with. All our T's and P's are looking good. Fuel quantity is looking good. interesting. Let's see, can we go heading? Like, what's pretty cool about the Dauphin, she's capable of ILS stuff. Like, it's mad. You can actually fly a full approach on this. Yeah, Taog's did a great job here, man. Absolutely great job. Right, we'll keep ourselves close to the M7 here. Let's roll her right. As we're rattling in towards Nace. Oh, Jesus. Today is a good day to fly. Look at the state of this. This is brilliant. Gorgeous. Right, keep that right turn coming in. It's very impressive, isn't it? Bit of tunage. Alright, following the M7, this is over Nace, County Kildare. CHC, look. Oh, that sound. Got an M860 with us. Gorgeous. Left turn. Oh, happy day. Isn't it brilliant, isn't it? What a machine this is. And the sounds from the windows open, or the doors open. Absolutely deadly. All the shakes and vibrations and absolutely class. Very good job, best chopper in the sim, I would say so. I fly them time to time, yeah. I usually fly the Alouette, but now this has just become, look at the state of this. You know what I mean? The Alouette is what you would most find me flying, usually on VATSIM. That has now changed completely. Right, follow on with that M7. Such a view. Really sold. This is just class. Like, this is an amazing, amazing chopper. Just incredible. Taxis on the ground, great, nice. I'm using Sky Trails, yeah. It makes all the difference. Nate, it's gas. Like, Edson comes out with these kind of statements, and he's brilliant, you know. You don't notice it until you don't have it. And then he's like, blast, I have to get something else from parallel 42. You know, it's class though. Loving the state of this machine. Yeah, you can do RNAV with this as well. Yeah, 100%. It's just, this is gorgeous. Dave Cleary's here. Legend Dave. Welcome back, Dave. Hope you're well. Did they put an auto hover on this bird? Kind of, sort of, nearly. Not really auto hover. But the controls are very, very good, Scott. Like, they're excellent. So this our inaugural flight. This is just to get used to it, lads. How it handles, what makes it tick. Just getting used to its limits, really. Getting used to the beep trim. That's what I'm flying with right now. All the different variants we have. And we haven't even like gone near the US version, the HH65A. I mean, it's going to be exciting, isn't it? Incredible. Bit of nose up there, Jemima. We're looking good, lads. So there is a bit of wee kind of flickering here. I think that's frame gen. But like, look at the rattling and the shakes and the... Oh, man. What is the damage to the old wallet? About 50. It's about 50 bucks. But you get two completely different variants. You know what I mean? And it's not like, you know, a small cosmetic look. Different systems, both aircraft. That's sound. Man, I gotta say, it takes me back. Kildare Village. Some say Taog is a big fan of Big Joe Turner and listens to Shake, rattle and roll every night. For all we know, he's a legend. This is very pretty. I keep saying it, lads, but it is. The flying characteristics, the sound of it as well. I'll go close enough to my house, Scott, I will. Let's nose up a little bit here. We really dropped the altitude, so we'll climb. And she can move, look, we're doing 120 odd knots. 80%. No bother. Alright, try and level her off again. You have to stall if you go too fast. I don't know what it'll do, actually. It'll probably throw us and do us something, yeah. Fly with Tom, good to see you. Yes, indeed, sir. We'll be at Bristol, buddy. That's just stunning. Just think of the missions we're able to do with SkyOps with this. And on air, for that matter. It does have infrared, but I don't see a screen in which you can monitor it. Like, I don't think we have any options with relation to monitors and the stuff. We have a camera down here. Oh, nice. There's Shamrock. Crazy Jammy is with us. Oh man, this is so good. This is so good. Keep her going. Hey, Anthony V, good to see you, bud. Yeah, looking forward to it very much. Jump, Merv. Don't jump. We have a wild Toto down there. What am I looking for here? It's coming up to Port Leash. So we're well on our way. We're going to go down to Shannon. We'll land at Shannon and then we'll head on out to the Cliffs of Moher and pick up a couple of missions. What would be a good starting helo? I gotta say this, man, is because it takes a lot of pressure. Like I haven't touched it. All I'm doing is very small trim corrections. Most choppers, you got to be on them all the time. You know what I mean? This is excellent. Jesus! Helicopter having the crack. That's gorgeous, man. You see me leaning against the record machine, right? Like, I gotta say, the manual that comes with this, it's very good. We got tons of pictures. It explains what everything is. Then it goes through its kind of normal procedures, emergency procedures. Like, there really is a lot of cool stuff in here. Just top notch, like. To everyone involved in making this thing, from Taog to any of the developers to the beta team, testers, real life pilots, and they've made it like this is smashing. It really is, lads. It's like when you hear someone's making an aircraft you really like, you're like, don't make a balls of it, you know, just don't make a ball. And then when they hit a home run, it's just like, this is brilliant. You know what I mean? It's what the 225 should have been. 100%. But alas, it wasn't. Unfortunately. Flying down to the Midlands. It's just savage. How's the fly model? It feels what you'd expect it to do. According to the manual, in terms of like anti-torque, the systems that are on the aircraft, so you have the Starlink on the top, you have that French design where it's going to be anti-torque. So instead of kind of anti-torque pedal left, it's anti-torque pedal right. It's very good. Fruden, good to see you, bud. The A400 over the M7, yeah. Fruden, hope you're well, buddy. Great to see you, man. Right, bit of a course correction coming up. Follow the road. There's a wind farm down here. Such a shame. The Puma's an awesome chopper. Yeah. It'd be great to see that thing. Well, I think, didn't they say any builds were doing it? No? When are we going to get another Ireland landmarks flight? Yarin! You wouldn't know your luck. So that's Portlaoise. And then beyond Portlaoise we've Mount Rath. Portlaoise does have a TF4 because there is a whatchamacallit, a prison. Love the Bell 228. Ryan Hart is here, good to see you, bud. It's a port of no water. Portlaoise, yeah. It has a train station and a train repair maintenance place. Has a stadium out in Clonminum. Well, I say it's a stadium, but like, you know. It has a Halfords. Does it have a Halfords? It doesn't have a Harvey Norman's though. Right. You've lots of this in Ireland. That's a bog. Pete Bog. Greta tried to shut them all down. We'll see how that goes. Here's the M7 toll booth. Charging you ridiculous amounts for the crack. Easy now, easy now. Oh, the sounds of this machine. Let's test the old headphone simulation, shall we? Where did he hide them? That literally doesn't work. Okay, bug! We found a bug! No helipad in the prison, no. They used to have it in the courtyard. Right, this is heading down towards Mount Rath. There's the motorway. We're going to continue on up to the right here. Left takes us on down towards Horse and Jockey and down that neck of the woods. How's the T's and P's looking? All good so far. Man, what a machine. Small bit of trim, just make sure we're level. Cosmetic. Headsets are cosmetic, hanging above your head. So you're trying to say, Murphy, it's not a bug, you smart arse. Oh, look! Okay. That is the extent of detail. For crying out loud, he's even put the freaking audio jack receiver detail into the audio jack. Ridiculous. So what does this Sobo do? Ah, look. Ah. That's a nice touch. Look at the shaking on it, that's deadly. Taog, you're a freaking genius. Do a flip, now we'll spill me drink. Does it have autopilot? Yes. Bug, headphones not found. Solution, moved your big head out of the way. Yeah, that's accurate. Yeah. Right, where are we going? Up to the right. Oh, yeah. Absolutely gorgeous. I don't know about a custom livery. To me, the Aircore one is probably the one I'd fly. Only because of, like, the heritage of it. Do you know what I mean? Oh, come here. Do you remember I was telling you anyway? So the Air... do you hear this now, right? This is brilliant. So, the Aircore anyway... I have some pictures here of the actual machine, right? And here's 246 in all our lovely colours. Right? There's 247. There's 245 on the back of the Etna. 246 when she was in getting... Well, that was in the museum. Isn't it only gorgeous? Right? And here she is flying. Like, it's just a cracking machine, right? 248, that's the one that went down in Tremor, right? That's her there. Sad, sad day. But I want to show you this, right? Alouettes and Dauphins, man. I'm so happy about this. Where is this now? Jesus, there's me flying a Dauphin and X-Plane 11 back in the day. Jesus. I want to show you this. This is gas, right? The Department of Defence has defended the sale of 4 Aircore helicopters for €360,000. Now wait to hear this, right? So they sold them for about 70 grand each, 75 grand each, to an American contractor, right? And said American contractor, they were sold for 77,750 each, and the American contractor sold them for 4.6 million euros each. What? So the Aircore, well, it wasn't the Aircore, it was the government. Yes, 4 helicopters, 360,000 euros. Yes, sold. And within 2 years, they were resold, all 4 of them, and they got themselves 18.7 million. Ah, Jesus. Right? Yeah, they had to spend a few quid to get them fixed up. The company, Rotor Leasing, US firm Rotor Leasing, they bought them, tidied them up, and then they sold them to the Chilean Navy. $18.7 million. So Ireland sold them for 77,000 quid, and the Americans sold them for 4.6 million each. That was like, do you know, be Janie then, wouldn't you nearly spend a bit of time in an abacus or something? Do you know what I mean? Shocking behaviour. There's that wind farm. We're nearly there. It was estimated that each airframe needed about 1.6 million euros each of fully restored refurbishment. 1.6 million euros each. Even if they did that, that would have brought the total sale up to 1.7 at a push. They sold them for 4.6 each. 3 million quid in the difference. 3 million quid in the difference. Absolutely brilliant. Well done, Ireland. You can count. You can do math. Whoever the Muppet was there now, Asher, he's probably well retired. Now I want to show you this. This is the Dauphins operating back in 1993 at the Valley Air Show. You ready for this one now, lads, right? We'll turn down the sound here and we'll play this, because this is pretty cool, right? Maverick Mike, thank you very much indeed.
This Aerospatiale Dauphin is a particularly welcome visitor today, coming in as it does from the Irish Air Force. Over 500 have been built and sold to markets worldwide, which include China and the United States.
Oh, yeah. Isn't it absolutely cool looking? So she has the twin landing lights and the winch. And would you believe it? It is the aircraft 246 that we're in right now. Not deadly, isn't it? Absolutely, Jesus, I'm lost. Absolutely deadly. Left a bit, Murph. What a machine. Right, we're heading this way. That's Loch Derg out there. We're heading this kind of direction out towards Shannon. How are we all getting on, lads? We okay so far? Have we any questions on this? Anyone stuck? Easy now. $140 knots, not a bother to this. 83% on the load. Now, I'm not sure, should these be moving? Probably not. Fuel quantity is good. I need to learn more on the rest of the systems, but like, yeah. Just catching up with the community, Tom. That's the main thing. I'm stuck in the toilet. That's how I'm stuck. Thanks for sharing with us, user. You should see what the US government was selling P-51s for in a crate after World War II. Really? Really? It just flies. Yeah, it's real good, Big Al, isn't it? Epic, when are you going to be near your computer to fly this? You need to fly this, mate. Let's see, can we add in a bit more power here and see what it does for speed. Easy now. Just absolutely brilliant. Can you imagine when we're in a world that we're going to have shared cockpit as well? What server we're on? Southeast Asia. I'm eating lasagna at the PC right now, trying not to spill it on the joystick. That is hilarious. Epic, now you must sleep tonight. You know, I'm sure you have important things tomorrow. Taog's hangar. The reason people didn't go to work on Wednesday. Yeah, it's really good, Al, isn't it? Very stable, man. Very, very stable. Look at this, man. We got a great show of folks with us. Beautiful. Alright, we're coming up to Nina. That's Loch Derg. That Loch Derg flows into the Shannon Estuary, so we're close. Your pay should be in the bank in about 4 hours. Can you resist? Right? It's really good, man. Has great performance on it as well. As in sim performance is very good. 150 knots, lads. Like, this is absolutely incredible. This seems above your pay grade. I had to read the manual on this one. I'm finding I have to do that a lot now with add-ons in the sim. Like, when you get to a complex aircraft like this, it's like every complex aircraft. The initial learning is you might find it frustrating. Other people absolutely love that. I mean, that's the learning curve, right? But I will say, once you get through that kind of initial kind of curve, 20 minutes, half an hour, this becomes a very pleasant chopper to fly. She's very fast, man. Like, I'm 88.5%. We have scope here to push this. We'll probably get... I mean, we'd easily get 160 out of this. This thing is fast. Now, important note, her range is only about 290 nautical miles. Now, it's fine for what we're doing, but just be careful on that if you want to fly this thing long range. But what a machine to go flying in. It's beautiful. It's incredible, or it's incredibly rewarding once you get past the initial BJ'ing. Yeah. And you haven't touched the autopilot yet. No, man, I'm just flying this with trims. So with our autopilot, I mean, we can engage heading. We can go VOR navigation. Like, we have a lot of options here. Our radar altimeter. She's not fitted with it, I'd say. Does she have, I imagine it does. Look at the bottom right dial. Oh, that's her, look. 2730. Aha. This should go to third. Is that the difference in barometric pressure, I wonder? Okay, we'll call it 200 feet decision height either way. Where am I drifting to? Watch your throttles. We'll go left a bit. Oh, this is pretty. Look at the weather as well. Oh, it's just gorgeous. As I say, lads, if you haven't really spent time in helicopters, or you want to, you want to be able to fly helicopters, I recommend this. I mean, there's less to worry once you're kind of flying. That's a huge, added bonus. I mean, your bread and butter is going to be bringing this in for, initial takeoff, landing, hovering. But flying this over distance is joyous. Now, you can trim most helicopters anyway, but some helicopters weren't fitted with trim. This is really nice, though. Really nice. We're still climbing. We might throw the nose down a bit. There we go. Easy now. The setup isn't bad. Like, give yourself 10 minutes just to get the control binds in there. Like, we haven't even scratched the surface in terms of the systems on this aircraft. Everything from electrical to hydraulic. We have the emergency landing gear system to look at. I mean, gyro simulation is there. Radio frequencies. Fuel transfer. Fuel jettison. The hardest thing I find of helicopters is flying straight and level. But this chopper completely alleviates that, Stu. Like, once you're in the air, this is very straightforward, man. Very straightforward. Right, we'll follow on the S3, lads. We're going to head out to the right here. Limerick City is down that way. That's Limerick City, kid. 5-minute flight. I'm in love. 2 custom liveries and I'll not fly anything else. Really need to read the manual? Yeah. Should change to live weather in time? Ah, we'll see. We'll have a look at that in a while. This is just going to get us down into Shannon, then we can load in some challenging weather as we get a little bit braver with it, you know what I mean? Alright, keep her moving. It's absolutely gorgeous. Change the time of day, make it look all terribly dramatic and stuff. Oh, Jesus! Yeah, that is how we do. Just make it look friggin' gorgeous, you know what I mean? Gorgeous. Right. Shannon be pretty much dead ahead. Plan a little bit of nose down as we're doing this. Look at our speed, man. We are booting it. Alright. Now, we have put on that high intensity searchlight, so where do we... Where do we control that puppy? LS? What's LS? Shutter pilot. You can do one single thing in a helicopter. Does SayIntentions work with helis? Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, big style. Big style. I wonder, do we need to get, is it manual buttons? So we need a master switch. Let's go to the mongoose. Searchlight. Okay, so we have a center button. Perfect. Now we want a searchlight toggle. Easy now, Murph. Easy now. Chase, look at her speed. Look, 170 knots. Needs to be binded. That's okay. I'm gonna figure this out. Because the buttons I have binded aren't working. Buttons you have binded, the bound buttons aren't working. So should it be up, press, turn that off, up, release, set control on release, down, right and left. Okay, part of it's working. How now? Let's see what it's doing here. So joystick up works. So input repetition, set control on release. No, that shouldn't be there. Up release. Input repetition should be on because you want to be constantly moving it up, isn't that right? Down release. Yeah. Did that fix it? Okay, that button works, but it's just how we move the gadget now requires a bit of brain power. Hang on. We'll get there, lads. Just picked it up, Ben? Yeah, it's so good, man. It's so good. Stu, literally just sit on it. Otherwise, click add to your wish list and then go back into it. Right, so I'm having some issues with this, so I'm going to delete these. Is there a way to fast delete? No? Let's just see if this fixes it. Right. So we have an up, down, left and right. Input repetition, yes. Not moving. I'm gonna figure this one out. I wonder why that isn't working. Okay, maybe get rid of these ones. Okay, up, release. And this is going to be down, release. This is going to be right, release. You're going to be left, release. That work? No. Man. Wonder why she's not doing that for me. Oh, come on, Sam. Stop having a moment. It doesn't have to be an axis. So we'll turn off the input repetition. Let's just see if this works. May not. Nope. Not sure you can... you can't assign axes. Okay. Right. We'll do it another way. Right, we'll do it this way. Okay. Light up. Light down. Right. Left. Let's see what we can do. Give it a moment. We're getting closer. Do you know what this one's? This one's, it doesn't want to be released. It wants, or does it want to be both? Maybe it wants both. Up, press. Down. Right. And left. Stupid thing. Input repetition. Do you need to unassign center? It kind of works, but it kind of doesn't work. Hang on. So these are individual buttons, but she doesn't want to move. Slight down release. Up release. It's trying to move. Don't mind me now as we circle around. We will get to the end. We will get to the bottom of this as we circle around. Good thing we've lots of fuel. Right, let's try this again. Right. Searchlight. Delete all this. Okay. Do we go release or do we go press? If it's press, it should go on the repetition thing. Let's see if this works. Zoom us out there a little bit. Stupid menu, you can't resize it. No, that's not moving at all. Okay. Delete you. Up release. Okay, so it's release. Down release. Okay, what's different? Input repetition. I don't want to say a bug, but like, is that a bug? Because if I delete this one, I should be able to move it down. Nah, that doesn't work, Spice Bazaar. I tried that before. Delete that again. Right, if I zero it, right, and if I go up, sorry, if I go light up release, set control on release, no. Jesus, this moved a second ago. Didn't it? See it moving down now, see that? Alright, hang on. This is becoming confusing. Right, neutral. It's moving down by itself, see that? And I've nothing set to down. So if I invert this, how does one invert it? Device input value override. No. Yeah, that's weird, look. So it went into like a neutral position. See the way it's dropping down on its own accord? Gibbo, I'm in love, man. I'm in love. Right, delete that control. Maybe delete, I don't want the center one, right? Let's just see, can we go up? No, negative. Up, doesn't want to move, look. Well, that's a pity. It just won't move, look. Nah. Alright, we'll have to figure that out another day. It's weird because it was moving. When I put the control lock on, or not the control lock, do you hear me? When I put the center button, it actually brings it back to neutral, look. So if I say, look, there's me toggle, and here's me center. So if I say center, that centered it, right? You can all see that moved it. So now if I want to say up, now it's working. Center. Now it's still moving. Stupid thing. Is there another button being pressed with this? Aha, you dirtbird! 25. So if I center it, It's automatically coming up. Look, why is it doing that? Try on press. It could be chase plane. It could be chase plane. Alright, not to worry. Right, where in the name am I? Right, back into Limerick we go. Oh, hang on. Use our trim. Jeez, we got up good and high here, look. 12,000 feet. Not a bother. Right, that was a good test of, I don't know what you call it, but it was a good test of it. Alright, there's flow back. Why does it turn on that crap? Turn off that crap. Right, we're somewhat back in action. It's just one of those things we'll have to figure out. We'll just have to figure it out. I need to change my mouse cursor. There we go. Right. Let us drop this machine down. Watch the speed. Someone might have a workaround for that. You know? Kibbo, have you seen the state of this? It's absolutely friggin' gorgeous, man. Murph the breaker of things. There's some sort of a conflict with it somewhere. But I'm not too worried about it, to be honest. Where that? Now, we need to try and land this. This is going to be hilarious because we are extremely high, and the last thing we want to do is hit a friggin' vortex ring state. Hey, Quacka, good to see you. Welcome aboard, man. Ba-da, 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 ba-da. Right. We're going to attempt to land at Shannon, and then we're going to fire up some SkyOps, some SayIntentions, and see what we can do, right? So while we're waiting to descend here, on over to me pilot portal. And we shall be settings, call sign. We're doing a new one. Lovely. That'll do. Okay, Jemima. Easy now. Let's throw this around to the side. Give us all the schlap you can give us. Oh, heck yeah. Alright, let's have the gear. Landing light is already on. Easy now. Let's try the old conventional landing too. Let's just see how she kind of responds, right? Ease the speed back. Rate of descent is good. So we're aiming for about 30 knots. Because I think anything faster than that, I wouldn't like it. Easy now. Watch your speed. Nose up. Easy. Nose up. She can do it. You can absolutely do it. 240 feet a minute now. Jesus, then the Irish Air Corps wouldn't be having me flying tomorrow, but it can do it. Alright, continue to taxi in. Wasn't it tail strike, you mad? It was absolute, you know. Well, we can't steer on the ground. We still can't steer on the ground. Jemima. There she goes. Right, we're working good now. Man, what a machine this is. So we want to take it in for a drop of fuel. Hey, the Limbics, good to see you. Dude, it's so good. This chopper is so good. It is absolutely amazing. I've fallen in love with technology. It's just gorgeous. Look at that behind us, man. Look at that. Jesus. It's beautiful. Yeah, I think there could be a bug with the searchlight moving, I think. But sure, listen. To be fair to tail, like it's only out a couple of hours, you know what I mean? So there'll be a patch, no doubt, in a few days. What do you mean it sounded like a tail strike? I mean, honest to goodness. Sure, we have a big friggin' anti-tail strike device at the back there as well, look. Jesus, don't lean it too much, Murph. Easy now. Park over by runway 24, you're all lined up. Huh? Hang on, we'll ramble up to 24. Yep, see baby. We'll do this quickly. Easy now. Eating your dinner with you on TV when the subwoofers kicked in and that landing made the plates fall off the table. No way. User, thanks for sharing the adventures of your bell movements, but would you shag off, will you? Jesus. Too much info, man. Easy now. Easy now. What's the speed again, you muppet? Easy. Easy. That's a little bit more gentle. Yes. That's way better. Right. Okay. Park and brake set. How are we for fuel? Because we burnt a nice job of it coming down the road there now. 60%. We'll go 80% again. It's a little bit finicky. Up you divil you. Oh Jesus. Up you divil you. Oh Jesus. I mean, OCD won't allow this. Get into. Will you get into 80? Will you get there? Lovely. Riot. Lovely hurdling. That's all grand. It's very. Exterior, what do we need? We don't need much. Water tank, snow skids, fast rope. No. And I can't figure out the searchlight either. Right. Let's see what happens now. Goosh. Update. Boo doo boo. Bear with me now. Bear with me now. We'll get now an update for SayIntentions. And we'll try a mission using, whatchamacallit, SkyOps. Let's have a look. Ba-dum-bum-bum. Big freeze. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-ba. Big freezes. What's going on here? Wait now. Okay, intercom 1. Okay. Let's give it all a moment. Lovely. ATC. Okay. Diddly-dick-dick-dick. Headset controls. It's all good. The moment. SkyOps 122.11. Let's give it this moment. SkyOps Rescue 235 on the ground at Shannon, Echo India, November. Request a search and rescue mission somewhere maybe 20 nautical miles out to the west near the coast, if possible. Let's see what they say.
Let me see what we have. Give me a minute or two.
Okay. Right, as we're sitting. Ah, just what a machine. What a machine. It's absolutely amazing. What's the time of day? Bring it up a little bit, will we? Yep, you devil, you. It does look fine. We're pretty much good everywhere. Yeah, that's the one.
235, good evening. We have reports of a dismasted racing yacht about 32 kilometres west of Shannon, near the County Clare coast. Solo skipper injured, vessel adrift but afloat. Coordinates are latitude 52.65 north, longitude 09.48 west. Recover the skipper and deliver to Shannon Hospital, IKO, Echo India, November. Your crew is standing by, expect to be airborne shortly.
Roger, report of a dismasted racing yacht about 32 kilometres west of Shannon. We're standing by for our crew and will advise when airborne. Rescue 235. Ooh. Right, crew.
Just packing a few more items. We should be ready by the time you are.
Okay, no problem. Just let me know when you're ready.
G'day Murph, Callum here. We're all set and on board, ready to head out when you are.
Alright, Callum, tell me a little bit about the victim. What do you know about it? You're flying the Huey, Stu.
Ryan Gallagher, 34, solo sailor in a regatta. Dismasted, struck on head and shoulder, conscious but possibly concussed and hypothermic. Time is critical.
Time is critical? Jesus. Okay, good stuff, Callum. Give me a heading and I'll head that direction now.
Murph, head 265 degrees, 33.8 kilowatt minutes to the west. Remember the missing Boy Scout mission in Wicklow? Let's make this one just as smooth.
Alrighty then. Dispatch, rescue 235 departing out of Shannon, and we're heading west to the scene of the accident.
Copy departing Shannon, heading west to accident scene.
It was all Muse fans' fault. Even before he said it, it was Muse's fault. Alright. Alright, Callum, we're currently on a heading of about 260 degrees. Altitude, we're hanging around about 1,200 feet or so. What can you tell me about the victim?
Ryan Gallagher, 34, solo sailor in a regatta. Dismasted, struck on head and shoulder,
Poor
conscious but possibly concussed and hypothermic. Time is critical.
Okay, and I take it we're the only aircraft on this mission, correct?
That's right, Murph. We're the only aircraft on this mission. Just like that Boy Scout mission in Wicklow. We're all set and on board.
Okay, no worries. Keep me up to date and also keep your eyes peeled. I need to get some course directions, like heading directions, every so often.
Got it, Murph. We'll keep you updated and alert. For course directions, you're currently 26.9 km east of the site, heading 265.
Alright. So he's somewhere down by Talbot, I'd say. You know. Sounds awfully Australian. Irish, or listen, the Aussies are as good as the Irish at this stage, you know what I mean? This is all from SayIntentions. So it'll generate the missions for you automatically, or you can create your own, put your own backstory in there. They'll inject the scenery into your sim. So we're looking for a yacht. That's our plan here, right? As we're heading out this direction, roughly 265 is where we want to be at. Just get our aircraft trimmed up for this. We don't want to be too high, otherwise we won't see him. But you don't want to be too low, because then you still won't see him. You know what I mean? User, you're going to get banned. Cut it out. Rule number 1, don't be an idiot. And you have continued to be an idiot for the last, like, 10 minutes. What was that?
Attention all aircraft. The new flight bug has been resolved. Please update UAP to 4.2, 0.5 from either the auto update or from the portal. Thanks for your patience.
Be Janie, I wonder can we we'll stay on mission, we won't update this just yet. No, it was a yacht, it was a speed yacht. You know what I mean? Jesus, don't tell me he was acting the Muppet again, was he? He has found himself. Yeah, that's the end of that. There's only enough room for one idiot, and you found him, you know. We don't suffer idiots, because I am one. And look at the shagging abuse I have to get. Brilliant. You haven't been able to get the autopilot working. Look at this big idiot. Right. Murph, you're heading the wrong way. Well, not really. We're heading south of... Yeah, hang on. Right a bit. Right a bit. You can't get the autopilot to work. Johan, exactly what's happening. Callum, no. This is from SayIntentions, buddy. He's always the wrong way. Yeah. Alright, we're going to keep our lights on for this. Callum, we're going to keep our lights on. Just, it might be able to help them see us in the distance. What's our range now?
Murph, you're about 20.8 km east of the site. Keep those lights on, it might help Ryan spot us.
There you go. We'll do that. Alright, so we're on mission. And let's see. Perfect. King of the Aegis. Oh, yeah. There will come a day that all of this is going to be multiplayer. You'll have spotting aircraft, rescue aircraft in a full live multiplayer environment. When that day happens, I am going to be as happy as a pig in the proverbial, you know. You can do it step by step now. Something quick to try here. It's not picking up the autopilot or heading or anything, and the trim isn't working. Johan, have you put in the correct keybinds? The keybinds is vital for this. So you have 2 lanes for your autopilot, which is up here. You want to make sure these are turned on, right? And then when it comes to your autopilot, this is where you'll activate them. I've been off 24 for a while, mostly out of frustration. However, today I've no ATC or ATIS. Any ideas? Radio on, volume up. If you're using the default ATC, check not in your sound options, but I think it's like an assistance, ATC voices or something. 46 quid is steep for this. You're getting 2 full aircraft. There's like you have the Dauphin AS365N, and then you have the Dauphin, which is the HH65A. They're 2 different helicopters. They look the same, but they're built differently. So far as there's different engines, different avionics, different autopilot systems, and they're used for different roles. So that's where the price comes in. You know? Right, 200,000 feet. Let's see what the crack is. That was 20 miles, so we're to doing another 5. We'll go down here as far as Kilrush Power Station and then see what the crack is. He's got a bang in the shoulder and head from a mast, and you're worried that he won't be able to see it. Yeah. Character volume, yeah, that's the one. Alright, keep her going. I don't know about you, but I'm so happy we now have the Dauphin. Like, I'm just so happy. This is like the best thing in flight sim since ages. Adam Aviation, negative 246 is with the Irish Air Corps. RS Gaming, is it worth it? If you like helicopters, absolutely this is worth it. Yes. It looks great, it sounds great, it flies great. It's definitely worth it. If you're into your choppers, definitely worth it. Alright, Callum, what's the range looking like now?
Murph, you're about 20.8 k's east of the site. Keep those lights on, it might help Ryan spot us.
Have I to restart SayIntentions? They did come on the radio to say there was an issue. SkyOps Rescue 235, request update on distance to the incident site.
Incident site is 10 kilometers northwest, heading 315 from your position.
315, 10k, roger. Rescue 235. Callum, our distance is actually 10 kilometers. Can you just double check that?
Copy, 315, 10 kilometers.
Murph, the incident site is actually 9.2 kilometre northwest of us, heading
Right.
320. Let's stick with that for accuracy.
Okay, keep your eyes out.
Got it, Murph. We'll keep our eyes peeled. Remember that Boy Scout mission in Wicklow? Let's make this one just as smooth.
Yes. Why is there agents trolling? Shut off, agents. Easy now. This guy, yeah. But I see the last mission I did with SayIntentions SkyOps was a rescue mission. You know what I mean? If they don't smarten up, we're gonna have to take care of things. It's just don't be an idiot. You'd be amazed how we all can just get along if you're just not an idiot. Coming in talking about the toilet and taking a shit, like what? Get out of town. Muppets. Alright, Callum. What is our distance and heading now?
Murph, we're 5 kilometres north of the site, heading 345.
Three, 4, 5. We're within 5k. It's got to be over here somewhere. Wait, hang on. Dispatch, rescue 235. Request that they launch a flare to help us spot them.
2 miles out.
2 miles out. Eyes out for flare.
Roger. Requesting flare launch at incident site to assist with visual identification.
Alright, lads. Keep your eye peeled. for a flare. I don't see a flare. It's not going to help with the sun directly in our eyes, is it? CP spotted the flare. Where'd you see a CP? $11 o'clock. Alright, Callum, keep your eyes out, we're close.
Copy that, Murph. Eyes peeled.
I don't see a flare. You guys see it now? Any sign there, Callum?
Not yet, Murph. We're still scanning the area.
Easy now. Yeah, we're going the wrong way. I really don't see anything. You guys see anything? It was a waving person flare. Yeah, I don't see it. We're going fairly slow, like. I don't see a flare. Callum, still can't spot him. What's the distance and heading from our location?
Murph, you're 3.5 west of the site, heading 080.
We're west of it. Okay. 080. He's over here somewhere. 3 kilometers? I see a something. Is that a something? No. Easy now. Easy now. Callum, make sure that they launch some flares or smoke, will you?
Murph, we'll make sure they launch flares or smoke for visibility.
Be Janie then. 080 on the heading. 3 kilometers out. I don't see it. Now, bearing in mind that SayIntentions did alert us that they were having a problem and asked us to restart, so that could be the issue. Let's wait and see. Dispatch, can you give us a range and heading, our position to the incident site? Name the equipment.
Incident site 3.5 kilometers north, heading 010 from your position.
3 kilometers north? Alright. Is he in a lake? I think they just put him in a lake. Perhaps.
Hello there.
Let's see what happens. 010, 3 kilometers. Is that something up there or is it up here? We gotta be close. Creepy Moon, good to see you. Callum, can you confirm that they've launched flares?
Murph, flares confirmed. They're up.
I really don't see them. Does anyone see them? Unless they're in like a lake. Callum, can you give us a bearing and distance? Is it too bright for flares?
Murph, you're 2.1 kilometers southwest of the site, heading 20.
Can you clarify that? Do you want us to turn to heading 20 or 200?
Murph, you're heading 215, 2.9 kilometers southwest of the site.
Okay, it's having a moment. I think I should have hit new flight. Jesus, we're never gonna find him! The poor devil! Well, that'll teach you. Oh, Jesus. Careful with your buttons, Murph. Easy now. A river? He did say 2-1, didn't he? How flyable is this without rudder pedals? Good question. You kind of need the anti-torque pedals. Yeah, maybe he ran away. He heard us coming. Easy now. Easy now. Dispatch, can you give us a heading and distance, please?
Incident site 5.6 kilometers south, heading 195 from your position.
195 from my position, 5 kilometers. We're just putting them over here. This might require a restart of SayIntentions, only because it came up with that warning to say that they had an issue. Do you know? He called an Uber? Brilliant. Right, 195, 5 kilometers. That puts him on the shoreline. And I really don't see anything, so this could be interesting. We should see flares though, surely. It's out here, so like we have to be close. Dispatch request flare launch. We need them to launch flares so we can see them.
Copy. Requesting flare launch at incident site for visual identification.
I just don't see it. Negatory. Maybe, oh Jesus, maybe I needed to restart the client. Because this usually works flawlessly. Bearing and distance.
Murph, your 3.4 came at northeast of the site, heading 040.
Zero 40 and 3 kilometers. Yeah, it doesn't seem right, does it? Easy now. Like, did you try and make it back in? There's no flares. SkyOps, just confirm we have not yet seen a flare and we're at the incident site. Can you make sure there's either smoke or a flare? And don't stop launching the flares until we're done.
Copy. Requesting flare or smoke at incident site for visual identification.
There is nothing around here. Probably run out of flares by now. Jesus, I thought I saw it. It was a freaking helicopter. SkyOps Rescue 235, we are unable to locate, returning to base. That was the end of that.
Copy, returning to base.
We'll restart it. Because it came up with a big alert saying restart and download the update. So we'll grab the new update. See? So it needs a new update. That is exactly what we're going to do. Right, install that there in the background, Betsy. We're going to try and set it down over here. Gear. Oh, we're going to get a pause. No, I'd say it was just a glitch. I've never heard SayIntentions come on the radio saying, hey, we've had a problem, we need you to install the latest update. Do you know what I mean? It could have been just a server thing. Easy now. Gears down. We'll land in the bog area here. Easy now. Watch your speed. We'll ask them for another mission and see what happens. Easy now. Easy now. Gently does it. Little bit of anti-torque. That's a nice hover, by the way. Shallow it out. Easy. Kicking up some dust. 21 feet. We'll take it. Right. Let's try that again. Hopefully this will solve it. Can we partake in a minute's silence for the dear... Listen! He'll be grand. Don't mention him. He's fine. Right, we're going to do this again. Okay, new flight. Let's try this again. SkyOps 12211. SkyOps Rescue 235. We request a search and rescue mission within 10 kilometers of our current position, please. Let's see what she says.
Hold on while I check the mission queue. I'll get back to you in 1 to 2 minutes.
Thanks very much. Right, shall we try this again? Hopefully it works now. You know, if it doesn't, we'll just blame MuseFan. But while we're here, look at the state. Isn't it only gorgeous? Honest to goodness.
Rescue 235, good evening. We have reports of a downed courier pilot in a bog clearing about 10 kilometres from you. Coordinates are latitude 52.65, longitude -9.29. Recover the pilot and deliver to Shannon Airport for ambulance transfer to University Hospital Limerick, IKO Echo India, November. We're sending your crew over now. Expect to be airborne in a few minutes.
Rescue 235, roger. Right, new mission. Ah, sure, listen to the excitement. I hope my crew doesn't give out about the last failed mission. You know. Yeah, the sailor, it was a false alarm. A racing yacht without his mast. Right, let's see what happens here, right? Hopefully this works. 10 kilometers from our location. Coordinates.
Just packing a few more items. We should be ready by the time you are.
Grand, just let me know when you're ready.
We're ready when you are, Murph. Remember the last mission with the missing Boy Scout in Wicklow? That was quite a day.
It sure was. We got there in the end. Right, give me a heading and distance from our current location and let's get this show on the road. Right, here we go again.
We're 13.5 km east of the incident site, heading 075. Let's get moving.
13 kilometers. SkyOps, can you give me a distance and heading to the incident site? Let's just double check out Callum isn't messing with us.
Incident site is 13.5 kilometres east, heading 07 onto 5
07. Roger, rescue 235. Alright, Callum, let's go. Riot.
Copy.
Roger that, Murph. We're ready to go.
And we'll try it again. Yup, you divil you. Yes, the speed. Alright. Gear up. 13 kilometers over to the right of it. There we go. Man, this chopper can haul ass. This is brilliant. Alright. DK, yeah, I've looked into it. There's another one coming out as well. It's based on the Coast Guard. Looks pretty cool, man. Pretty cool. Right, 07, 13 kilometers. Keep her lit. So this is a downed aircraft. It's right up there with the Blackrock incident out of Father Ted. Alright, Colin, what can you tell me about this incident? Mission backstory.
Aoife O'Donnell, a courier pilot, is trapped in her Piper PA-28 near Knockanall. She's got a head laceration and a suspected fractured ankle. Ground's too soft for vehicles, so we're doing an aerial extraction.
Right. Do you think it'd be possible for her to launch a flare?
Not sure about a flare, Murph. We'll rely on the ELT signal and visual confirmation once we're closer.
Can you show me the ELT location on my map?
Sorry, Murph, can't show ELT location on your map. We'll rely on the signal as we get closer.
Okay, let me know.
Got it, Murph. We'll keep you updated as we get closer.
I reckon she'll be able to launch a flare. I mean, if we asked her nicely enough, you wouldn't know your luck. We used them all on the last flight. Right, sort of nearly kind of ish out this direction, isn't it? There's bogland up there ahead of us. Alright, Callum, give me a heading and distance to our incident site.
Incident site is 4.7 km east, heading 100.
Over this neck of the woods. Will Murph be able to say...
Mile or two out now.
What do you say? Mile or two out? Say again?
Say again?
How far out are we? You're pretty far out, man. You just say we're very close.
We're 2.6 km out, heading 115.
Dispatch, request that they launch a flare, please, so we can identify them.
Copy. Requesting flare at site.
Now, we could be lucky or very unlucky. $115. Alright, Callum, what's our range and a heading?
We're about 13.5 kilometers from the incident site on a heading of 075.
There's Callum. Say again, Callum. I think I'm after breaking it.
We're 2.6 km out, heading 115.
2.6115. Ouch. Right, Callum, get them to launch a flare there, will you? As a good man.
Not sure about a flare, Murph. We'll rely on the ELT signal and visual confirmation once we're closer.
Jesus, helicopter. Right. What's our distance?
We're 3.4 to current west of the incident site, heading 275.
It's got to be this way, right? Who's in charge? Over this way a bit. Okay, Callum, give us a distance and heading, please.
We're 4.3 km northwest of the site, heading 295.
I don't fancy your chances either. Absolutely not. I reckon they're having a server issue. Because I see nothing up here. Yeah. We're going the wrong way. We're not going the wrong way. This is the way they told us. It'd be great to see this on the map though, wouldn't it? Keep your eyes out now, lads. Dispatch, request range and heading from my location.
Incident site is 2.4 kilometers northwest, heading 320.
320. So it is over here somewhere. Had to step away as he let someone else perish. Listen! Listen! There's no one perishing now. We're going to find this old devil and get them out of there. As I said, the ground is too soft, so I don't know how we're going to manage this. It's got to be close by. Are we close?
We're about 0.5 kilometre north of your current position, heading 355. Almost there.
Over this way. Half a click. Get him to launch a flare anyway, will you?
Murph, we'll rely on the ELT signal for now. Launching a flare isn't feasible at the moment.
Ah, go on for the crack. Right, how's that ELT signal?
ELT signal's strong, Murph. We're closing in.
Okay, I can't see it, but we got to be very, very close, right?
Yeah, Murph, we're very close. Just keep heading 140 for 0.5 kilo.
140. It's going to be dark soon. I just don't see anything. How close are we now, Colin?
Murph, we're about 0.3 km southeast of the site, heading 150.
0.3. 300 meters over here. Oh, it's around here somewhere.
Sartek's ready to go.
Can you see them, Callum?
Negative, Murph. No visual yet. Awaiting your go to deploy.
Are we close? What's our exact location and distance?
Murph, we're hovering above the scene. We're about 0.3 km southeast of the site, heading 150.
Okay, deploy. It's... Jesus. Right, set her down and see what happens. Alright, Colin, go ahead and deploy.
Deploying now, Murph. We'll update you shortly.
Alright. I cannot see that at all. Can you guys see it? It's gotta be close. We were hovering above it.
We've located a heifer. She's stable but needs immediate extraction. We're on our way back to the helicopter with her now.
There could be an issue with object spawning. Because usually they'll show you crash damage or a wreckage site, smoke, flares.
We're back at the helicopter with Aoife, securing her for transport, ready to board.
Jeez, that was quick. Dispatch, Rescue 235, we have the passenger loaded and we're heading back now to Shannon. Echo India, November.
Copy. Proceed to Shannon, Echo India, November.
Right, Callum, you let me know when you're loaded and ready to go with Aoife.
We're all set, Murph. Aoife's secure and we're ready to go.
Excellent. Easy now. His pronunciation of Aoife is cute. Alright, gear up.
We're en route to the hospital now, Murph. Aoife's stable, and we're keeping an eye on her. Shouldn't be long now.
Okay, Grand, we're gonna land back at Shannon. There's an ambulance waiting for her there. Alright. Aoife! With a heifer, yeah. VR pilot, good to see you, buddy. Welcome in. Yeah, dude, great chopper. Absolutely great chopper. Yeah, I just need to look into the SayIntentions stuff. They've obviously had an issue tonight, so yeah. I imagine there might be an update needed or another, even restart the sim, because that can upset it as well. But you want to see, like, some of the missions we've done. I mean, okay, I won't mention firefighting because that was absolutely terrible. Oh, jeez, we were terrible, you know. What do you mean the issue was flying? Rubbish! Amazing flying. Yes! They were hiding from me, yeah, that's what it was. To be fair, we'd have got there earlier, but I blame MuseFan, you know. We all know we'd have been there only for MuseFan. I blame him. A successful mission. Let's not mention nothing about the poor devil in the yacht. Harrod Van Beek, welcome in. Right. How are we looking for fuel and all the jazz? Yeah, we're alright. We're alright. Decision height, call it 100. Right. Imagine the fuel bill. Listen, it's grand. Right, we're heading straight to Shannon. No messing now. Jesus, there's a pink helicopter. It's Mrs. GPHI. Brilliant. Oh, look at the light reflection on the instruments and that. Look. Jesus, look. Oh, man, that's so nice, isn't it? Savage. Savage. Right, heading back to Shannon. What do we use to talk? Just picks up off my microphone. Yeah, there's no mistake in that. There's no way Muse has a worse sense of direction than Murph. Listen. So do you have an ELT receiver in your heli? No, it's like, that's from SayIntentions. And I have a feeling it's not working 100% this evening. I'll talk to the lads later. Easy now. Man, what a machine. This thing is absolutely deadly. Gear coming down. Easy now. I say the sim could do with a restart. She's a bit stuttery now. Easy.
Approaching runway 6. Caution! Caution!
We're all right, we're all right. All right, let's bring it in. Easy now. Fire station. Easy. Does it? There we go. All right. All right, Colin. We've just arrived back at Shannon. You can go ahead and transfer the patient to the ambulance. Excellent.
Transferring AFA to the ambulance now.
AFA. SkyOps Rescue 235. We have returned to base. Patient transfer is complete. That's us for today. Razor Bar, good to see you, bud. We need a Kaza now.
Excellent work. Patient is in good hands. Family is grateful. Stand down for the night.
Alright. Right, we're going to do one more. But I'm going to restart the sim. Back to Baldonnel, lads. We're going to go out and land on the at the Bailey Lighthouse, just because, for the sheer crack. And we're going to try and go at night time with some rain. Because why not, right? Cancel that. And we shall now relaunch the sim. So we're going to go nighttime in the rain out to the Bailey Lighthouse in Dublin and back. Let's see what happens. Reading through the TFTI announcement, looks like Asoba made themselves look like complete fools. Huh? What happened? What did they do? Has there been like messing or something? Do you know? Did he say E for properly? No, he didn't. He didn't say it properly. Where's my mouse? Come here, mouse. Right, so we're going to head out to the Bailey Lighthouse. Right, I'll show you where this is. Unload that. So from Bal, which is here, the Bailey Lighthouse is there. You won't fit us all in. Right, it's one at a time. But there's a helipad just up the road from it. So we're going to fly out to there in rain and wind and nighttime. Right? Just to see what the crack is. So this should be great crack. Great crack altogether. But yeah, man, I gotta say, like, this Dauphin, it is absolutely incredible. Hey Carlos, good to see you. Like, this thing is incredible. It flies so well. There's still some systems I need to figure out what they do and how they work. But it's absolutely brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant. I think the switches for the lights are shagged. I think they need to be fixed. As in whatever way you want to bind the searchlights. I'll check on Taog's gadget. Connect the visibility default pilot. That's okay. Bug report. Let's see what's happening. Rear cargo door. It's now. Where is this now? Airshow assistant. Airshow assistant, yeah, that's the one for that. Crash the desktop, that's okay. Front wheel in the ground. No, that seemed okay. Screens, they're okay. I don't see any issues with the lights, so maybe they got that fixed. Let's see. Airshow assistant, that's grand. Man, his Discord is just like completely lit up. It's so busy. So busy. Oh, it's a gorgeous chopper though, isn't it? Where's this now? Bada-bottom, bada-bottom. Yeah, it's so busy on the Discord. Brilliant. Have you flown the new Huey? Yeah, the Huey's awesome. Yeah, it's going to be crazy busy for a few days. Absolutely. Right, this is going to be interesting. How does the chopper handle in adverse weather? This would be loads of fun. Recently arriving at my house. Carlos, I hope you're well, bud. Hope you're well. So yeah, I'll talk to SayIntentions on that. As I said, it's a combination of them needing an update, my sim running ages, so I'll figure it out. As they say, we'll figure it all out. And this is just our first look at this helicopter in terms of the the Irish Air Corps variant. We still have the other variants to look at, and we also have the Coast Guard variant, which is a totally different machine. You know, more like, how does Murph handle adverse weather? Well, yes, 100%. That's what this is going to be. Can I handle adverse weather? Who knows? But we're all going to find out together. You know. Last part in the saga to get the MD-11 released to Xbox on the marketplace is Sobo took 5 weeks to get a generic reply back that they aren't allowed to release a different version to Xbox that is toned down for performance compared to PC, says Prime. That doesn't seem right. Like, I don't know, right? How is it the fact that one developer has instant response and other developers say that they don't? Like, why? Like, weeks? It doesn't take weeks. It's up to them to upload it. And if they don't upload it correctly, it doesn't go past that, you know? So yeah. It took 5 weeks to get a generic reply back that they aren't allowed to release a different version. Can you see a flare in the dark, or did the rain put that out? Listen, right? It does work. But, you know, Lenny, do you not know about the Wicklow incident? No? You need to look at YouTube videos. It is on that, the whole mission start to finish. Here, I'll show you why we're loading. Did you not see that from SkyOps? No? Jesus. Hang on. This is with the Alouette. Also, another excellent chopper from Taog's hangar, right? Videos. Where are you now? SkyOps. Check this out.
Rescue 202, good evening. We have reports of a missing person in the Wicklow Mountains National Park. Last seen near Lochburib, possibly injured, limited supplies. Your task is to search the valley southeast of the lake. Look for a lone figure or reflective bivvy. Coordinates are approximately latitude 53.01, longitude -6.37, about 28 kilometers south, heading 170. You will not be landing at the scene, just locate and report. We're sending your crew over now, expect to be airborne in a few minutes.
All set, Murph. Let's get moving.
SkyOps, Rescue 202, departing the airfield and heading to the incident site.
We're searching for a missing Boy Scout, Liam O'Donnell, in the Wicklow Mountains. Last known near Lochburib. He twisted his ankle and might be immobile. Ground teams heard a faint whistle at dawn. We're here to pinpoint his location for mountain rescue.
Dispatch, Rescue 202. We have eyes on. We can see a flare. We're going to send you over our GPS coordinates. Please let the ground crew know and how to proceed.
GPS coordinates received. Mission accomplished. Return to base when ready.
Roger. Return to base. Rescue 202. Yes, they're all very smart. This wasn't, well, it did take a while, but the mission itself didn't take long. It was like, I think it was 30 minutes start to finish. But yeah, it does work. Just tonight it didn't. And that was with the Alouette. You see, there's certain call signs you need to give, SayIntentions, so it knows you're in a helicopter. SkyOps, Rescue 202. Like rescue, helicopter, right? That's us for today. So, yeah. That's what that does. But anyway, back into our Dauphin we go. And let's see. So we're in our... Let's just double check we're in the right machine. Looks like it. Configure. Ah, sure, look it. We still have to try out all these other ones. Isn't this going to be exciting? Right? Right. Did Taog's put a chase plane profile in this? All I have, no. I don't believe so. Right. Into BAL. Flight conditions. All players will go live time, real weather. Don't know what the real weather is doing. Don't even know if it's raining, but sure. We're going to check it out together, lads. And let's see what happens. There's no rain from what I can see. We might have to add in a bit of rain. You've all the cameras set up and you didn't have to? Maybe you did. That was an impressive flare, wasn't it? Oh, jeez, it's night time. Can't see a shagging thing, look. There we go. There's some lights. Here's me chopper. It's so hot right now. Right, get in there quick. Right, cold and dark, and let us set up this machine. So, let me see. This would be a lot easier if it wasn't nighttime. Batteries. There we go. And let's get some lights on. Cabin light, notices, anti-collision position lights. Is okay there. Oh yeah, look at the lighting, look, Jesus. Right, now hang on, is this not working? Yes it is. Reset. Okie dokie, we should have these spill lights. They're on. Easy now, there's a click spot for these. Here we go. There we go. Right, that'll lighten it all up for us. Right, let's get this show on the road. We're going to go inverters on, gens on. Remove. into our tablet, remove all our other stuff in case we, like, you know, completely break it. Cockpit, avionics, that's grand. Exterior equipment, blade, rid of those. Cargo hook, don't need. We're just going to head over to, that's grand. We're just going to head over to, whatchamacallit, the Bailey. It remembers your fuel between flights as well with delivery. That's cool, isn't it? There has to be a better way to do it. This slider is a real pain in the ass. 78 will do. And that's all grand in there. All righty then. Booster pumps need to be engaged. Very good. And we want to horse these lads into their idle position. There we go. There we go. There we go. Right, engine 1. Must be having you. Alright. Heli Wizard, good to see you, buddy. Hope you're well. Worked on them back in the dawn. Feels like a lifetime ago now. Dude, it's so good, isn't it? Do I always use SayIntentions? No, I use VATS at the odd time as well. Alright, we're looking for 40%. There's 40%. Let's start introducing some fuel. We'll turn off the owl horn here as well. Easy. Slowly but surely coming alive. RPM is coming up. Oh, Betsy. Alright, you're fully up. Okay, engine 2. Let's be having you. Good sounds. We're going to wait for 40%. There's 40. Fuel coming in. Also, give us a bit of weather. Some of the wet stuff. Oh, yeah. N1 and 2. That looks good. That looks good. Pitot heats. Wipers on. We're looking good here. Okay, bring you guys down. I found another bug. It's raining on the interior lights. Ah, Jesus. Right, let me see. Do one of these. There we go. And if I do this right, there we go. But if not on VATSIM, I don't think VATSIM coverage here tonight. Isn't that Dilly Roadie? Are them wipers on? There we go. Right. Are we good to go? I'll get rid of that Asobo tablet. Alright. Loads of lights where we are now. Head tracking's working. Bit of rain. Brake is off. Easy now. Watch the limit. Ramble this way. Easy does it, Charlton. Oh, heck yeah. Alright, bit of power coming in. Gear up. Oh, that's pretty. Easy now. Alright, roll us left. Developed full James Bond mode, right? Man, that's a murky night. Got some choppers around us. There's Michael Collins. Easy now. Coming up 2,000 feet, keep it at 2,000. Clear some of this rain. Rambling in. Man, this is a sight, isn't it? Look at the state of this. Watch your altitude. Roll out. Man alive, look at that view. Alright, watch your altitude. There's a bit of a clearing here, but then like see the wall of rain beyond it? Oh. We're going to get drenched. Does it have failures? Not that I'm aware of. Alright. Max Styling, good to see you. Wait, hang on, the night vision off my face. Oh yeah, look, it gives you the green, look. Jeez, that's terribly sexy, isn't it? Alright, watch your height. Out over Dublin. We need to fix that high intensity searchlight. So I haven't figured out a way how to control it. She's on, but I can't really move the devil, you know? Okay, there's the Liffey. Right turn coming in. And we're going to be coming into some rain here now in a minute. Altitude is good. Man, the night lighting in this thing is absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? It's superb. Alright, out to the Bailey we go. How does that light work now with infrared? Yeah, it's not too bad, I suppose. Easiest for seeing stuff on the ground. Definitely inside the chopper. This is great. Cool. No physical searchlight controls. Yeah, you gotta bind them, but binding them doesn't seem to work too well either. Or at least that was the issue we were having, you know. Now this is going to be very interesting because we've boats here, right? And I'm hoping this weather clears just as we go out. There's Hoth Head. What's our altitude? Now we got a bit of a gap here, look. We're close. Easy now. This could make things really tricky. Alright, we'll go trim release. Easy now. Get the gear down. And we'll just go nice and handy over this lighthouse. A little bit hard to see. There we go. That's better. out. Okay, we have that MH60 going in first, it looks like. Let's hover back here, give him some space. Jeez, he was there. There's a few of us. He's still there. Alright, we'll rumble in. Easy. Easy. What's the roll? The wind certainly doesn't help. Nearly. Alright, that'll do. Down you get. 151, I don't care, we need to get down safe. Oh yeah! Right, get out of the way, Murphy. Hang on. Right. Alright, we'll ramble off this post. Yepsy daisy. Oh cool, there's an alouette. Nice! A bit of altitude. Ooh, Puma, Jesus. Poor dividend auto rotation coming in, or VRS. Alright lads, who's next coming in? It is, it's a lot trickier than it looks. Let's sit tight here. Ooh, nicely done. A splash and dash. Man, this thing in a hover. She'll naturally push you to the left. So I haven't made a profile just yet. I will do, but I haven't used one yet. We'll make up a profile for the AB6 over the coming days, you know. Is that Mrs. GBHI? It is. Right, are we all done? The Bailey Lighthouse. There it should be there, look. Easy now. There to be the Bailey Lighthouse. It's just so nice seeing alouettes as well. That's friggin' class looking. Isn't that alouette? Legion Johnny. Big Al. Jesus, Big Al. Here comes the alouette. Yo, it's an overshoot. Gorgeous. Look at that MH60, man. Absolutely class looking, isn't it? Easy now. It just takes time to practice. Nothing else kind of does it. You just got to practice. Jesus, Murph, don't go into the mountain, whatever you do. Very, very small movements, like tiny inputs. Tripod, it does. Nicely done. Oh, dude, it's just so good to have Dauphins in the sim now. Absolutely class. Don't let the Irish pilot drink. It calms me nerves. Mrs. GPHI is in. Nicely done. Whoa. Oh, Jesus. Crazy jammy. Throwing it in there, man. Alright, how feisty is this chopper? Let's find out together. Jesus! Gear up. Right. How feisty is she? Oh, the rotor slap though. Jesus. Absolutely. Oh, Jesus. Absolutely deadly. Go scare the wallabies on Land Bay, right? Hans, good to see you, mate. This is class, man. How cool looking is that? Unbelievable. Shay, absolutely deadly. We're back into the wet stuff. Oh, it's such a cool chopper, lads. Right, back in towards the big smoke. Rolling Stone, it is so good, man. This chopper is amazing. There's a couple of bugs here and there, but overall, man, it's absolutely incredible. What's the altitude? Gibbo's a resident go-to guy for scaring wallabies. He did it in Providence. He did. Oh man, look at that. That's ridiculous looking, isn't it? You have the birds add-on? Oh wait, hang on. Is there any of these ships we can land on? Is it worth 50 bucks? Yeah, defo. I don't think we can land on any of these. We'll find out. Got a container ship. Tanker. Yeah, I don't think we can set her down on any of those ships. I don't think so anyway. This is down by Dunleary. An oil rig? Yeah. There's no oil rigs really close to here. There's some further down south. What did that say? Winch only. No, I ain't landing on those. Nothing else in the harbour just yet. Oh, it's very stable flying. Very stable. It's so good. Absolutely class. It's class act. Over a Dalkey neck of the woods, is it? And EINN. Get ourselves turned around. Man, that is so cool. Great first heli. Oh yeah, I think so, because it's so stable. Absolutely. Yeah, like, the Stena HSS, wasn't it? It used to go from there. I had two LM 2500 turbines. What? Oh wait, the HSS. Ah, the Hawker Siddeley. Jesus, Dublin has never looked as good. Alright, speed is good. What's your altitude? head back to Bal. Yeah, all of those, Carlos. Yeah, you get search and rescue, air ambulance, Coast Guard, VIP, loads of them, man. It's class. It is an excellent, excellent chopper, lads. It's probably, it is the best helicopter in the sim. Defo. Remember the Sea Cat? Remember that? I'm going to look forward to finding this gadget on some Vatsan flights. Jesus, look at the views.
Hello there.
Maestro, welcome in. Look at the views. Oh, the C-Link. That's right, actually, yeah. No, I'm going to wrap up now in a minute, Stu. I could easily sit here for the night and fly this, but they're like, what, we're live nearly 6 hours now. Does delivery come with it, though? It does. It does. We're flying over Dublin. Just got back from a night out in London. We ate at a restaurant called OMA. Went for a bar for a couple of hours. If you ever get a reservation there, you should try it. OMA, really? Ooh. Sid wants to bally you to his lava. This is so good. And like, this is before we even touched the HH65. I mean, look at the cut of it. Isn't it only deadly? Head into a big wall of weather. Wasn't standing at a merger with C-Link and someone else? Well, you stand in I wanted to say stand in Nordica. But yeah, I think you're right, Muse. Yeah. Yikes! Great flying, Michael. Oh, look at that! The state. We're back into this stuff. Right, to find Baldonnel in the rain. It's fine. I don't think the window's open. No. B&I line. Ah, B&I. That, or B&L. Wasn't it B&L? Yeah, I think it was B&L. Didn't like B&L. Wasn't that like a ferry line? B&L. Was it B&I or B&L? I thought it was B&L. Right. Baldonnel is somewhere over this direction. Somewhere, you know, through the rain and the horrible weather. Doesn't that look so good? Even with the rain. Ah, B&I, okay. Cannot see a shagging thing. Yeah, 100% Stu. Like, I mean, I absolutely adore this. I think it's one of the nicest choppers to fly. But yeah, if you want to spend a bit of time in other choppers before you kind of sink into this one, 100%. Right, let us prepare ourselves for the landing. Beacon light at Bal, we hope. Easy now. There's a runway. Because we planned the weather well. Gear. As we head back into the airfield, visibility is down to nothing. Easy now. Watch speed. Hang a left. Easy. Little high. Easy. Alright, throw into a bit of a taxi here. Easy. There she be. That silhouette, unbelievable, isn't it? We're fairly close there, I'd say. Park and brake on. Let's have a quick look outside. Ah, sure, any better just wouldn't do, would it? Look at that. Beautiful. What a friggin' machine. Some lights up. Okay. Wipers. Go ahead and shut them off. And we got some of our avionics turned off now. Comm 1 can stay on. Come hither. There you go. Engines off. Now, landing light off. Comms off. Turn that off as well. Demisting turn on. That's all looking grand. Fuel pumps all coming off. Autopilot systems coming off. Generators off. We're looking good there. We're looking good there. Inverters let them cool down. Quarter brakes. Marine 1 look. Savage. Okay, fuel pressure. Inverters off. Battery 1. Lights off, 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 off. Steps we can open. Lighting off. And battery off. Now, can we wrap up the chopper after flight? Pre-flight. Blade socks. That all looks good to me. And there, my friends, we have it. What an absolutely incredible, incredible helicopter. It is superb. Superb. The MH60 is really good as well. Man, what a chopper. That was so much fun getting to explore this thing today. And we've only just started learning it. We're going to be flying this again on... we're going to be flying this again on what day? Thursday. We're going to fly this again on Thursday, I think. Wasn't that my plan? No? When am I next flying this? Ba-da-bum, ba-da-ba-da-bum. Stream schedule. Yeah, Thursday we're going to be flying this during the day. And yeah, there'll be more of these flights. Richie says, Murph, I think I solved your searchlight issue. Oh, let us know, let us know. What a machine this is, lads. Are we all in agreement this thing is absolutely savage? It's absolutely gorgeous. I'm in love with this. Yeah, Richie, let us know how you fixed it, because I'd like to get that working. Just with some of the buttons and whatnot, you know what I mean? Look at all you guys that came out for the spin tonight, look. Showing the love for the rotary pilots. Absolutely brilliant. We got a huge collection. Got a Huey over there as well. Absolutely deadly to see, lads. Amazing. So Taog's hangar, like, what an incredible job he's done. Just incredible. This thing is beautiful. Absolutely stunning. So yes, there will be more flights. It's the only chopper I've ever been in real life, so definitely be picking it up. It's so good, isn't it? It's so good. Let's clear the L weather there to make it look nice. There we go. And see all the pedo flags, they react to the wind as well. Absolutely class. So in the on press, uncheck, input repetition. Yeah, try that, Richie. Try that as well. No joy though. I'll have a look at it tomorrow though. That's the best way to do it. We'll have a quick look tomorrow. But lads, I can't thank you enough for sticking through all this. This is a longer than normal stream. As I said, we did about 6 hours kind of start to finish. It's on the release check. The set is on release box. Wait, what? In the on release, check the set on release box. Uncheck input on press, and on release check. Oh, hang on, we'll do that now. See if this works. What do you call it? A65? No, AS. Balls. AS65. There we go. So we're going to say mongoose. So we're looking at the searchlight release. Okay, so if it's light up, light up press, light up release. Okay, so light up. So on press, uncheck that. And on release, set control on release. That it? So down would be that. Down would be that. So on press, uncheck. And on release, set control on release. Right is that. Right is that. Uncheck input. And set control on release. And our final one is going to be left, uncheck, and set control on release. Richard says no. Ah, Jesus. So in the on press, uncheck input repetition. We've done that on press. On release, we've done on release. Do we get rid of input repetition but set on control? Do we get rid of the input I wonder, is that it? Wait, hang on. Okay, it's kind of half working, look. That is it. 100% that's it. It's working. Yes. Nice. On release, you need to check input repetition. Okay, so we're nearly there. AS365 Mongoose. So on release, cancel input recognition or repetition. Release, cancel. On release, we already cancelled. On release, cancel. And so release, yes, that's the first one. Here's the second one. First, second, third, and fourth. All right, let's try this. Excellent. Good man yourself, Richie 21 Sapper. Thank you, man. That's a huge help. Now we can maneuver our beautiful lights. That's pretty cool. Deadly, isn't it? Uh-huh. Now, they won't power on unless we have electrical power. Yeah. Makes sense. Right. Again, anyone YouTube, trust me, this heli is worth the price. Yeah, dude, this is so good. This is so good. Taog's Hangar AS365 Dauphin and also the HH65 Dolphin. We will be doing more flights in this, lads. 100%. But, yeah, pretty cool the way they move without power. Yeah, I was thinking that. But the light doesn't work. That's the main thing. But, yeah, super helicopter. This is absolutely brilliant. Brilliant. So, yeah, there will be more flights on this for sure. Right, lads, I'm away now. Hey, Filthy, good to see you. Yeah, I'm loving this machine, man. It is so good. It's just so good. I could easily do, we can do an all-nighter, lads, but it's only Tuesday. Do you know what I mean? And my voice is starting to go. So, we're back tomorrow, 1900 Zulu time, for this week's Flights and News. We're going to be checking out the Connie. We're checking out... What else am I doing tomorrow? We're checking out the next gen simulation Banderante version 2, Red Wings Super Constellation, the Sabrent USB charger that I've been using, and I've Strata Weather there to have a look at as well. We might have time for some scenery as well. So we're going to be busy tomorrow night, 1900 Zulu, as usual. But as I said, I want to thank you all so very much indeed for tuning in. I hope you found this helpful for getting this aircraft set up, and that, you know, if you're going to buy it or you're not going to buy it, that's your call. But hopefully this stream has helped provide you with the information you were looking for to, you know, tip you in either direction. Do you know what I mean? But massive shout out to Taog's Hangar. They've just released something absolutely incredible, and all the team involved, just incredible work. And we will be flying a lot more of this. So, right, I'm away now. I'll be back in a few hours though. You know, there'll be no messing. So, we'll see you tomorrow. No? We'll see you later. It's now tomorrow. Jesus, that was fast. Good luck! Oh, we've got a gun sight. This is a beta, so I'm not too worried. It looks great though, doesn't it? Listen to this. Did you hear that bang? Did you? How do we fix this? Right, don't panic. Into beta, reversers, flaps in. Get out of beta. Get out of the beta. Ah! That's weird, the throttle doesn't move. Jerry Coogan, many thanks for the follow. Hang on, we need to get out of beta. No, that's backwards, Murph. Uh-oh. Get out of... Oh, we nearly tipped it over, lads. You see it? Jesus. Why won't you get out of beta, you devil? Your controls are no longer... Fancy pedals.
Fancy pedals.
Uh-oh.
No. This is...
Steady.
Listen.
It's
a hurricane.